This audiobook is a non-profit fan adaptation of the web novel The Primitive Ancient Snake. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 151. Tens of thousands of years have passed in the blink of an eye. To the Chaos Demon God, this is just a blink of an eye. It worked. At this moment, in the central dojo of Chaos City, Furukawa opened his eyes, revealing his excited light. Whoosh whoosh. In front of his body, there were 3,000 Taoist scriptures floating in front of him. They showed different colors, and their appearance was like that of later generations. A thick book. Each Tao Sutra book records an infinite message of the Tao law. It contains dense chaos runes and a large number of demonic texts. To be honest, Furukawa did not take it very seriously during this period. To comprehend the 3,000 avenues in the Jade Disk of Creation, instead use the Chaos Bagua technique to continuously scan and copy the information of the 3,000 avenues in the Jade Disk of Creation and record all of these messages to make a Tao Sutra. After all, the Jade Disk of Creation has always been Panga's companion magic weapon. Although Panga lent it to him, there will always be a day when he needs to return it to Pangu. In this case, he might as well copy all the information about the 3,000 avenues in the Jade Plate of Creation. In this way, even if the Jade Plate of Creation is returned, he can still comprehend these great scriptures at all times. However, the information contained in the 3,000 great avenues in the Jade Plate of Creation is too huge, even according to Furukawa's control of the 81 with the strength of each avenue. Chaos Bagua technique was deduced to the extreme, and it took tens of thousands of years to succeed. Finally, these avenue messages were extracted and made into a scripture. In this way, even if the Jade Plate of Creation is returned to Pangu at this moment, it's no problem. Anyway, the key information inside has been completely recorded by him.
Tao Sutra.
Furukawa looked at the 3,000 Tao Sutras floating in front of him with great satisfaction. It can be said that each one was created by his painstaking efforts to run the Tao of life, the Tao of creation, and other magical powers. And every one of them was created by him. These Tao Sutra books are all in different shapes and contain incredible power. In fact, they are no longer as simple as books. They are simply unique Tao magic weapons. For example, the Tao of Fire is a red book and looks like a ball. Red flames. Open the pages of the book. Each page records a special flame of chaos. The Avenue of Water is a blue book. It seems that when you open it, you will see the boundless blue ocean. Each page contains a special kind of water in chaos. The Avenue of Time is a black and white book that looks like a clock. The cover of the book seems to be a clock, which is constantly rotating, as if it is recording the scale of time. The Avenue of Space produces transparent colors and contains huge space energy. It seems that each page seems to be a space maze with layers upon layers, as if there are countless space mazes to break out of forever. The World Avenue presents colorful colors, and each page is a space maze. Every page is a vast world, encompassing all things and everything, containing the power of spring, summer, autumn, winter, and the 5 elements of the universe. In addition, other Tao Sutras have their own characteristics, contain the infinite power of their respective Tao, and represent the ultimate of each Tao. The most important thing is that these Tao Sutras are not dead things, but alive. Yes, they are all living beings. After Furukawa's countless magical powers and the power of the Great Avenues, these Great Avenue scriptures have been given life, have their own 3 souls and 7 souls, and are completely alive. Gaga, I am alive. I am the Master Flames. I want to burn everything and make the world feel the pain. I am the strongest Taoist scripture beside my master. The Book of Fire formed by the Avenue of Fire is a huge red book with flames coming out of it. A nose, mouth, and eyes appear on the cover of the book, and even feet and hands grow. It puts its hands on its hips and laughs loudly. Smile, looking like a middle-aged boy. Haha, Stupid Book of Fire, I extinguished your little flame with just a little water, and you still want to burn the world to pieces. You're just dreaming. The Book of Water, formed by the Water Avenue, looked on coldly, looking at the Book of Fire with great contempt. Shut up, stupid Book of Water. With just a little bit of water, a ray of fire from my body can completely evaporate you. A mere Book of Water actually dares to speak nonsense in front of my great Book of Fire. Book of Fire's whole body was on fire, and he was so angry that he jumped on his feet. Let me evaporate. Stupid Book of Fire, why not try to see who is the strongest? The Book of Water jumped in anger. It's just a flame. Let's see if I don't extinguish you. Just try it, I'm afraid you won't succeed. The Book of Fire has a bad temper and fights whenever they disagree. Boom, boom, boom. The Book of Fire and the Book of Water started fighting in the air. Bang, bang, bang. Stop fighting. It's unbecoming to look like this in front of the master. The Book of Gold, formed by the Golden Avenue, ran over and wanted to be a peacemaker. It was golden in body, as if it were made of metal. It looked powerful and contained a huge energy of Gingjin. Go away, Book of Gold. This matter has nothing to do with you. With a bang, the Book of Fire punched over, and the Book of Gold immediately flew out and hit the wall hard. Eugene Jishu, I came to dissuade you with good intentions, but you actually came to beat me. Jin Jishu had such a violent temper that he couldn't bear the grievance. He immediately rushed forward and gave him a beating. Haha, fight? Let me do it too. The Book of Earth and the Book of Wood were very excited. When they saw the fight, they also rushed forward, and they were beaten. They seemed to be filled with violence factors. The 5 Tao Sutra books were beaten into a mess of smoke. At this moment, there was a dark atmosphere next to them. In the corner, there are several black books hiding. They exude endless darkness and endless resentment. It is simply chilling. Staring at the fighting Dao Jingshu. I really want to die. I really want to die in eternal darkness. But why can't I die? Why can't you die? The speaker is the Book of Darkness, formed by the Dark Avenue. It exudes a dark aura and seems to be integrated with the dark corners. It seems to be trying various suicide methods, but it cannot die no matter what. This makes it very distressed because it wants to be immersed in darkness forever. Curse you guys who are very happy, guys who have friends, guys who have boyfriends and girlfriends. Curse you to be unhappy and have bad luck for the rest of your life. Just give me the bad luck for the rest of your life. Quack, quack, quack. What was spoken was the Book of Curses, formed by the Cursed Avenue. It was completely black and seemed to be formed by countless twisted dark runes of chaos. Densely dense and terrifying skeletons emerged, which was simply chilling. At this moment, it was squatting under the corner, drawing a circle, as if cursing the noisy group of Taoist scriptures. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 152. Haha, what a bunch of noisy guys, but no matter what, it can't affect my glorious image. No matter how many times I read it, I am indeed the most handsome and the most favored Dao Jing Shu by my master. What is spoken is the Book of Light, formed by the Great Avenue of Light. It exudes sparkling light and seems to be the most shining existence of all the Great Avenue scriptures. And it floats high in the sky, condescending, illuminating everything. It is extremely narcissistic and seems to be running the light. The power formed a huge mirror, constantly reflecting on my whole body and watching myself perfectly at 360 degrees without any blind spots. Oh, look at this perfect cover. Look at this perfect body. Look at this perfect text. Look at this perfect structure. Everything about me is perfect. Chaos is so unfair. It actually created a perfect Tao Sutra like you. How can other Tao Sutras survive? Is beauty also a sin? The Book of Light is immersed in its own beauty at this moment. Why can fire burn, water nourish, earth form land, gold form weapons, would grow on land, and chaos become nothingness? Why are the Book of Fire and the Book of Water fighting? At this moment, the Book of Wisdom, formed by the Avenue of Wisdom, came over, shaking its head. Its eyes were full of questions and curiosity about the unknown. It seemed to be transformed into 100,000 whys. By the way, Book of Light, do you know why? The Book of Wisdom raised its head and curiously asked the Book of Light.
What?
You're saying that I am very handsome. You are right. I am indeed the most handsome Dao Jingshu. The Book of Light laughed loudly and put its hands on its hips. It didn't hear what the Book of Wisdom was saying at all. It automatically replaced the words of other Dao Sutras with words of praise for itself. The Book of Wisdom has a black line on its head. It thinks this guy is mentally retarded and cannot communicate at all. It actually wants to ask this mentally retarded question. It seems that its own brain is also damaged. Book of Wisdom, do you want to sing? Music is the most beautiful thing in this world. Sing with me. The Book of Sound formed by the Avenue of Sound ran over and grabbed the Book of Wisdom. No, I don't like singing. Seeing the Book of Sound running to catch him, the Book of Wisdom's expression changed and he immediately wanted to run away. Why are you in a hurry? Come and listen to my beautiful singing voice, so you can understand why. Inji Shu Dao. No, don't sing. The Book of Wisdom's face turned green. It wanted to stop the Book of Sound from singing. It knew how terrifying the Book of Sound's singing was, but it was too late to stop it. Oh. In an instant, the Book of Sound opened its throat and began to sing, but its voice was as miserable as killing a pig, as harsh as metal friction, and as miserable as sawing wood. Singing such a voice is simply the greatest torture. It is simply noise. Even under the influence of the power of the Book of Sound, it is useless even if you cover your ears. It is simply a magic sound penetrating your ears.
No.
The Book of Wisdom just shouted this, and it immediately fainted and foamed at the mouth. But the Book of Sound didn't know this yet, because it had long been immersed in its own beautiful singing, and it was still singing, without caring whether others can bear it or not. In another corner, dozens of Taoist scriptures gathered together. They sat together and chatted calmly. What a bunch of rude guys. Don't they know what peace and quiet is? Without any kind heart, you must not learn from those rude Taoist scriptures, fighting all day long and doing nothing. What is spoken is the Book of Goodness formed by the Great Way of Goodness. It is like a boss educating dozens of younger brothers around it. As expected of the boss, he has a really broad mind, completely different from those little brats who read the Great Tao Sutra. A group of younger brothers were filled with admiration.
Boom.
Before they could finish speaking, a kettle flew over from a distance and hit the Book of Goodness on the head. A large amount of water flowed down, making all the books of goodness wet. Those bastards have gone too far. They dare to do this to the boss. I will kill them right now. The speaker is the Book of Anger formed by the Avenue of Anger. It has such a bad temper that it can't bear the fact that its boss is being bullied. Hey, what I said just now is to be calm and kind-hearted, and don't get angry casually. When we get angry, we lose, and they didn't mean it. We have to forgive them with a great mind. Shan Jishu casually touched the water on his head and held up the kettle. He showed a look of compassion on his face, as if he was forgiving all sins. As expected of the boss, he is so kind. He can tolerate this, but I wouldn't be able to tolerate it. A group of younger brothers were filled with admiration.
Boom.
Just after saying this, another stone table flew from a distance and instantly hit Shan Jishu's head. Immediately, the stone table was smashed to pieces, torn into pieces, and even it's dizzy. Boss, those turtles and grandsons did it on purpose, and they're here again. Can you still tolerate this? The Book of Anger shouted angrily. It was so angry that it immediately wanted to fight back. Stop, what are you doing? Have you forgotten what I just said? If you are angry, you will lose. No matter how excessive things they do, we should be kind-hearted. If the enemy slaps us on the left cheek, then stretch out the right cheek to slap them. I believe that in this way the enemy will understand what forgiveness is and the so-called retribution of injustice. When is it? Shan Jishu dissuaded her with serious words. Boss, your level is too high. Hearing these words, the Book of Anger calmed down his anger immediately and admired the Book of Goodness to the ground. The other younger brothers also admired him. It is right to follow such a boss. Whoosh! In an instant, Another piece flew from the distance. The huge meteorite, extremely heavy, roared and hit the Book of Goodness' head with precision. "Boss!" Suddenly, a group of younger brothers exclaimed.
Boom.
In an instant, the Book of Goodness took action, jumped up, punched in the air, and instantly exploded the huge meteorite, splitting it into pieces. Damn it, the clay figurines also have 3 points of fire. Is it true that a good person is bullied by others and a good horse is ridiculed by others? I didn't expect you to be your eldest brother, right? Come with me to kill these turtles and grandsons. Xianxia cursed loudly, his anger bursting out. Brother, weren't you teaching us to be kind just now? The Book of Anger is waiting for the little brother to be confused. I am kind to him, and it is the greatest kindness to send these idiots to their deaths. Even if such a big rock is thrown at me, it means that I will die.
Follow me.
If I don't beat these idiots to death today, I don't even know who is the boss. The Book of Xianxia shouted angrily. Yes. A group of younger brothers swarmed forward. Dong dong dong. Immediately, the whole scene was completely out of control, and all the Tao Sutras were thrown into a ball, as chaotic as the Warring States period. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 153.
Boom tilde tilde.
At this moment, in the entire hall, 3,000 Taoist scriptures were mixed into a ball, unable to communicate, and filled with smoke. When Furukawa saw this scene, he was immediately speechless. What the hell had he created? They were all problem children, and they were also very naughty and mischievous. Of course, in order to prevent the Tao Sutra from being destroyed in various disasters, he also strengthened several magical powers on each Tao Sutra. The first one is Eternal Reinforcement. It is difficult for any external force to destroy these Tao Sutras. Even if they are, it is impossible for even the Taoist demon god to destroy these Taoist scriptures. The second type is the Blood Sea Clone. Even if it is destroyed, as long as there are a few fragments left, it can be quickly reborn. In case of danger, it can split into countless clones and escape calmly. The third type is Instant Transfer. If you encounter fatal danger, you can escape from the place in an instant, escape hundreds of millions of light years away, and at the same time, you can hide your own aura. The fourth type is 0-hour retrospection, which is a time spell. Even if they are completely destroyed, they can be reborn at 0 o'clock the next day, but in this way the previous memory will be lost. However, this technique will be activated at the end, and will not be activated under normal circumstances. Therefore, no matter how they fight, they will not cause much damage to the body. Ahem, you little guys, come here immediately. With a big hand, Furukawa froze time and space, and instantly grabbed all 3,000 Taoist scriptures to stop their behavior. Master, this is all the fault of the Book of Fire. It was the one who acted first. No, it's the Book of Water's fault. If it hadn't been for provocation, I wouldn't have done anything. It was the evil one who complained first. The most insidious thing is the Book of Kindness. This bastard keeps saying he is kind every day, and makes him do some tricks every day, such as monkey stealing peaches, crossing his eyes, kicking his crotch, and spitting. He is very shameless. Fart, if you hadn't provoked me, would I have done anything? And I am here to save you with a heart of great love. I will make you all faint and stop this battle. This is kind. Why don't you thank me quickly? Punish this Book of Thunder. It crackles at every turn. The whole hall is damaged by it, and it can't tell the difference between friend and foe. I almost fainted from the electric shock just now. Master, please take care of the Book of Curses. This guy curses me at every turn. It has been staring at me for a long time. What is it like about me? Can't I change it? Haha. As expected, no matter where I am, the Book of Light, and the most handsome. I really want to die. I really want to die. Why did so many Tao Sutras hit me just now, but I couldn't die? What on earth is this? My Book of Wisdom can actually explain this problem. A group of Taoist scriptures screamed and complained to Furukawa, saying that it was not their fault. It was all the fault of other Taoist scriptures, and they were innocent. Shut up. With a bang, Furukawa pointed lightly and used the words to express his power. He instantly locked the mouths of these 3,000 Taoist scriptures, making them scream, but they couldn't say anything. But in this way, the whole world was completely quiet. To be honest, even if he was a primitive ancient snake, he couldn't stand the noise made by these 3,000 naughty guys. Just imagine, 3,000 little kids with different personalities are making noise. Who can bear it? I can't beat him. I can't scold him. Woo-woo. The 3,000 Taoist scriptures whined, and soon fell asleep under the influence of Furukawa's magical power. They restored their original book form and floated quietly in midair, emitting a faint light and filling the air with a mysterious atmosphere. No, a place must be built specifically to house these 3,000 Taoist scriptures. Furukawa immediately made a decision. If he didn't build a place to put these Tao Sutra books, these little guys would make noisy noises every day. Should he continue to practice? By the way, if that's the case, then build a library in Chaos City called the Chaos Library. Furukawa touched his chin and immediately decided to build a place to house these 3,000 Taoist scriptures. It was said to be a library, but it was actually a kindergarten. A few days later, an open space near the central dojo of Chaos City was chosen by Furukawa as the address of the Chaos Library. Suddenly, a huge building rose from the ground, covering an extremely large area. At the same time, the internal space area of the Chaos Library is also very large. The space folding technology has been used to expand the internal area more than hundreds of millions of times, allowing 3,000 worlds to appear. There is a Tao Sutra book placed in each universe inside the library. Rumble. In an instant, when each Tao Sutra book is integrated into one of the great worlds, it instantly changes the shape of the great world and merges with this great avenue. For example, in the Book of Space, this vast world instantly turned into an endless space maze, layer upon layer, and it seemed impossible to find the end or exit of the maze. If the demon gods accidentally enter the world where the Book of Space is located, they may get lost forever and be trapped to death without being able to get out. This is the horror of the space maze. Another example is the Book of Time. This vast world seems to have turned into a world of time chaos. There are endless areas of time chaos. In some areas, time runs extremely fast. For 1 second from the outside world, millions of years have passed in this place. Some areas of time move very slowly. Millions of years in the outside world can only last 1 second in this place. There are also some time areas that are almost stationary. If you accidentally break into them, you'll be trapped in an instant. Another example is the Book of Water, which is an ocean world. There is only water in the whole world, and countless marine creatures live there. But this is not just ordinary water. It includes the water of the Dead Sea, the water of the inanimate tribulation, the water of the Great Tribulation, etc. It contains an endless ocean of water. When ordinary demons break into it, they're almost dead but not alive. Or maybe it's the Book of Curses. This is a dark swamp world, filled with the power of curses, as if there are resentful spirits, wronged souls, and malevolent forces. If you break into the world of this cursed book, you must be carrying a terrible curse power, like gangrene attached to the bones, following you like a shadow, and it is almost impossible to get rid of it. In addition, other Tao scriptures have also formed different Tao worlds, such as the world of fire, the world of thunder, the world of storm, the world of light, and the world of darkness, etc. These are all integrated based on the special power possessed by the Tao Sutra. They contain the incredible power of the Tao and deduce endless power. It can be said that these 3,000 Taoist scriptures cover almost all of them, exuding the power of the original laws of chaos, which also makes the entire library seem to be transformed into a simplified version of the chaotic universe. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 154. However, this library with only 3,000 Taoist scriptures is still too empty, and more books must be added. Furukawa touched his chin. He saw that the Chaos Library was indeed big enough, but it still lacked a lot of books. Just 3,000 Tao Sutra books were still too few to deserve the title of Chaos Library. By the way, In addition to the Taoist scriptures, there should also be many books about chaos materials, books on identifying various types of demons, and even secret books on magical powers and cultivation techniques. Furukawa is ambitious. He wants to build a library that covers the entire chaotic world. It records all the secrets of the chaotic world, making countless demon gods eager to come to this library. He also thought of the 120,000 he had created before. There are 9,600 magical powers. All these magical powers should be refined into magical books. In this way, it will be enough books for a library for the time being. As for slowly increasing the number of books in the library in the future, not too late. No, it is too slow for me to build this chaos library alone. The entire chaos demon god should be involved. Furukawa's eyes showed a glimmer of light. In the chaotic world at this moment, there are countless demon gods, and there are also many demon gods with outstanding talents. Although they got the demon god's cultivation method from Furukawa, they still found their own path after all, and Furukawa's the path of cultivation is completely different. Therefore, there must be a lot of magical powers or cultivation methods created by these demon gods. If they hand over these magical powers and techniques to the Chaos Library for recording, they will definitely fill up the Chaos Library greatly. Content. And he can also draw parallels from it and gain huge benefits. After all, even if he thinks that his current Taoist realm is unprecedented, other demon gods also have their own whims, which may not be available to him for the time being. Again, weak demon gods may also have ideas that can amaze the ages. This is a variable in chaos. Of course, ordinary demon gods will not be willing to hand over their unique skills.
But there is no way.
The method is actually very simple. Chaos Books, the museum itself, has a large number of magical powers that demon gods want to obtain, and even Taoist scriptures. If they want to read it, they must use their own unique skills in exchange. Even if not all demon gods are willing, as long as some demon gods are willing, that is enough. Over time, the Chaos Library will definitely become a place that all demon gods long for. A few days later, Furukawa used magical powers to create all 129,600 magical books and refine them into magical books. Although they are not as magical as the great Tao scriptures, they also have immortal properties and are difficult to be destroyed by demons. And if you put your hand on a book of magical powers, you will immediately receive enlightenment, and all the contents of magical powers will be instilled in this demon. He classified these magical powers and techniques into categories and placed them in the world where the 3,000 Tao scriptures are located. It's a little bit like a library. Furukawa is very satisfied. With the addition of 129,600 magical books, the entire Chaos Library has grown in size, which is enough to attract the demon gods. By the way, the library has been established, but there is still a lack of librarians. Furukawa thought of this. After all, there are so many precious books in the Chaos Library, and each one contains earth-shattering power. It will naturally attract the attention and greed of other demon gods. Although they all have the spiritual imprint left by Furukawa, even if it is taken away, it will be easily found, but there is always a need for a demon to protect the safety of this Chaos Library. The first thing he thought of was Pangu, but Pangu was the master of the Giant Axe Arena at the moment. No matter what, maybe there is time to manage this Chaos Library. The second is the plant gods and demons such as World Tree, but these little guys are more naughty than the little guys like Dao Jingshu. If they're allowed to meet, it will be okay. Wouldn't it be necessary? What a turn of events. It seems that Chaos City still lacks management personnel. It really needs to recruit some people to manage Chaos City, otherwise many things will not work. By the way, it seems that those three guys are still in the Chaos Bead space. They are actually good library managers. At this time, Furukawa thought of the three Chaos Demon gods who were imprisoned in the Chaos Bead space a long time ago, namely the Dark Spider Demon, the Moth Demon, and the Octopus Demon. To be honest, they can be regarded as demon gods with great potential. If they hadn't encountered if he were to catch himself, they would definitely conquer chaos at this moment and become extremely famous and powerful demon gods. Unfortunately, after being captured by him, no matter how powerful they are, they will be useless. But in any case, these three chaos demon gods are indeed capable. Protect the library of chaos, especially the dark spider demon. Its natal magical power is everywhere. As long as the spider silk is shrouded in the place, any enemy who steps in will be sensed. Even if the enemy makes any unscrupulous move, it will be detected. It was picked up instantly. The same was true for the octopus demon. Countless tentacles on its body extended out to form a dragnet, covering the world. The enemy had nowhere to hide, and there was no way to hide. There was also the moth demon, who was a speed demon. Its speed can be said to be unparalleled in the world. If an enemy escapes from the Chaos Library, it will capture the enemy back instantly. The combination of these three Chaos Demon Gods is indeed capable of protecting the safety of the Chaos Library.
Whoosh.
I thought of this. Furukawa flashed and immediately entered the Chaos Speed space. At this moment, the three major Chaos Demons, the Octopus Demon, the Dark Spider Demon, and the Moth Demon, gathered together. After so many years, even if they did not devour other demons through their own cultivation, their cultivation levels have reached quasi-sage perfection.
Realm.
But even so, they have not yet achieved enlightenment. After all, staying in the chaos speed space is carefree, there are no natural enemies, and there is no need to fight. There are no demons. They have no motivation and pressure to break through to the realm of saints. No, we must escape from this hellish place. If we continue like this, we will be completely ruined. The dark spider demon shouted angrily. How to escape? This is the inner space of the chaos treasure. There are void barriers in all directions. Don't say that you don't have enlightenment now. Even if you attain enlightenment, you can't escape. You won't forget how terrifying the primitive ancient snake is, right? Don't provoke each other. Just be a worm here. The octopus demon was lying lazily on the ground. That's right. Why bother yourself? How comfortable is this life, just eating and waiting to die? No, we are demons. As long as we don't commit suicide, we won't die at all. The moth demon nodded, like garlic. The primitive ancient snake. Chapter 155. Octopus demon, what are you saying here about not having ambition? Looking at you now, as fat as a ball, can you still fight with other demons in the chaotic world? I'm afraid you can't even run now. The dark spider demon was heartbroken. When it saw the chubby octopus demon, it simply hated iron. It found that the octopus demon was not ferocious at all now. After gaining weight, it actually became cute. It would either lie on the ground or lie down all day long, swimming around happily in the seawater. The octopus demon has nothing to say. It is indeed a little fatter now. To be honest, even if it is allowed to leave the chaos speed space now, it does not have much courage. It is like an animal kept in a zoo.
It is used to it every day.
Feeding, it has long lost the ability to hunt, and it cannot face the harsh natural environment outside and the cruel predators of the weak. If it leaves the chaos speed space at this moment, I am afraid it will not take long before it will be devoured by other demons. Where? There will be a chance to stay leisurely like this. And you, moth demon. Back then your speed was unparalleled in the world, so fast that you were boundless. Now you sleep when you are full and eat when you are full. Can you still fly now? The dark spider demon gritted his teeth. The moth demon was speechless for a moment. It also knew that it had a big problem. Although its strength had improved a lot, it had lost its previous ferocity. It flew around every day just to see the stars and the moon. He is no longer the kind of demon who goes around burning, killing, and looting. He has been kept as a pet. I finally understand the intention of the primitive ancient snake. After imprisoning us into the chaos speed, it did not torture us or torture us. Instead, it gave us good food and drink. It was just to destroy our fighting spirit and turn us into useless demon gods. Now the guy's evil plan has succeeded. It's a pity that I didn't see the evil intentions of the evil primitive ancient snake at first, so I fell into the opponent's scheme. Now I know it's too late. The dark spider demon looked up to the sky and sighed, filled with grief and anger. Actually, I don't think he had such an idea. Maybe the primitive ancient snake simply forgot about our existence. The octopus demon said weakly. The moth demon next to him also nodded in agreement. Shut up. If you can't speak, no devil will treat you like a mute. The dark spider demon became angry and wanted to punch this bastard. It really doesn't matter what the pot is. Doesn't it know this? But it is too embarrassing to say this fact. They are also powerful demons after all. In the chaotic world is all-powerful and does all kinds of evil, but now, this hateful primitive ancient snake has actually forgotten the existence of himself and other demon gods. This is such a shame. This proves that he is completely unable to enter the eyes of the primitive ancient snake, even letting the opponent I don't even have the qualifications to remember, which is simply more uncomfortable than killing it. At least remember their existence, give them a little torture, and ignore them for so many years. What on earth is this? It's too much. The dark spider demon is now filled with grief and anger, and he is so aggrieved that he doesn't know how to express it.
Whoosh.
In an instant, a figure appears in front of the three demon gods, the moth demon, the dark spider demon, and the octopus demon. It's you. The moth demon, dark spider demon, and octopus demon were shocked. They immediately recognized that the person in front of them was the original ancient snake. Furukawa used the Great Soul Movement technique and immediately extracted wisps of soul energy from the depths of the chaotic void and instantly integrated it into the chaos chip of the golden puppet.
Boom.
The next second, the golden puppet seemed to be alive. As if it had come over, its eyes were full of emotions, showing a curious and ignorant look as if it were a newborn baby. Even after it had a soul, its entire puppet body had undergone earth-shaking changes, and it seemed that it could easily take control of the whole body. An incredible chemical reaction occurred, and all substances were smelted into one, regardless of each other. Father God. When the golden puppet opened its eyes, the first thing it saw was Furukawa. It immediately felt that its soul was inexplicably connected with Furukawa. It was created by the god in front of it. It immediately became attached to it. Look, with self-will. Is this creating life? It's incredible. Furukawa seems to have fallen into a state of enlightenment at this moment. His heart is filled with endless emotions, and his mind is completely integrated into the origin of chaos. It seems that at this moment he has completely controlled the avenue of creation and the avenue of life. The endless messages of the avenue seemed to be flooding into the depths of his consciousness like no money. He found that his cultivation level began to break through, and he began to master the laws of the avenue.
Boom.
And at this moment, the entire origin of chaos shook, and with chaos with the city as the center, a gate of chaos seems to have appeared, spanning the void of chaos, exuding unparalleled momentum and majesty. What happened? When many demon gods in Chaos City saw this scene, they all looked up and were shocked. They didn't know why a chaotic phenomenon suddenly appeared in Chaos City. Crash. In an instant, the door of chaos opened, and it seemed that the ditch after understanding the origin of chaos, the huge golden light turned into a pillar of light, poured down as if for free, and poured into the central dojo of Chaos City. Such golden light penetrated everything, as if flooding the entire Chaos City, making it almost impossible for every demon god to open his eyes. The light of merit. This is the light of merit. The Chaos demon god couldn't help but scream. It had listened to Furukawa's sermons 3 times, and had also seen the lights of merit falling down and being swallowed and absorbed by Furukawa. So it immediately recognized that this was the origin of chaos. The light of merit that has been instilled. And the number of such light of merit is really huge, almost as much as the light of merit obtained by Furukawa's 3rd sermon, and maybe even bigger. There are a full 120,000. 9,600 heavenly pillars of merit descended and merged into Furukawa's body one after another. They were swallowed and absorbed by his body and became his own. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 160. In the end, what happened? Many chaos demon gods are confused. They have no idea what happened and why the light of merit appears again in Chaos City. You must know how rare the light of merit is. So far, no one except the Lord of Chaos City can get it. The light of merit. Even powerful gods such as the Lord of Light and the Lord of Darkness cannot find any way to obtain the light of merit. The more they want to get it, the less they can get it. Of course, they know the benefits of the light of merit for their own cultivation. The benefits are endless, but if they can't do it, they can't do it, and they can't be recognized by the origin of chaos. Chaos City Lord must have done something to be recognized by the origin of chaos. A chaos demon god quickly regained his composure, showing a look of not being surprised. I see. Many chaos demon gods suddenly realized. If it is the Lord of Chaos City, it is normal for him to do many incredible things, and it is just the light of merit. The Lord of Chaos City has already received it several times, and it is no less than twice this time. As expected of the Lord of Chaos City, he is so powerful. It is unbelievable that he can obtain such light of merit so casually. I don't know how he did it. Who knows? If I knew, I would be the Lord of Chaos City. Many chaos demon gods were talking about it. They had no feelings of envy or hatred at all. Some of them just expressed sincere admiration. If you want to know why the sun is admired by all humans without jealousy, it is because the distance is far enough. After all, a person and himself, if the difference is not that big, you might still be jealous, but the difference between you and yourself is too great, just like the distance between Immortal and the sun. That means you can't even be jealous, you can only admire it sincerely. The Great Axe Arena. A tall macho man was exercising in the square, and beside him were thousands of demon gods with strong bodies and muscles all over their bodies. All of them are muscular men doing push-ups, running with weights, lifting weights, and other muscle-building exercises. The entire square is exerting billions of times gravity. Even according to the devil's physique, walking under such gravity is extremely difficult. It seemed that taking a single step required a lot of effort, and all the muscles in his body were trembling. Every step these demon gods took, they were sweating profusely, their whole bodies were trembling, and their faces showed signs of pain. And this macho man is undoubtedly Pengu. His upper body is bare, revealing his extremely developed muscles. Every inch of his muscles contains explosive power, which is overwhelming. It was as if he could blow up this chaotic void with one punch. You losers, train me hard right away, train me until you die, and don't stop until you die. Pengu shouted angrily. Muscles. Only muscles are the ultimate pursuit of our demon god, and only strength is the core thing of our demon god. Don't learn any other magical powers, they are all fancy stuff. No matter how many kinds of magic the enemy has, we can destroy them with one punch, defeat all magic with one punch, and defeat chaos with one force. Yes, boss. A group of demon gods roared. The sound was earth-shattering, and everyone was full of high morale. Although Furukawa's library of chaos attracted many demon gods, there were also many demon gods who were unable to learn these magical powers. The reason was simple. They were not talented enough and had insufficient IQ. Even though the demon gods are all very talented, there are still different levels among the demon gods. Some are good at magical powers and spells, while others are not. After all, you still need a strong understanding to learn many magical powers and spells, but however, many demon gods do not have it. They have spent countless hardships and countless time, but they cannot learn many magical powers. Of course, this does not mean that these demon gods have no talent, but they are not suitable for this path. At this time, Pengu appeared, and with super strong and overwhelming fighting power, he told other demon gods that the way to the strongest is not only the Chaos City Lord. There is also Pengu who proves the way with strength, breaks all laws with one force, and breaks all restraints with pure power. The path of power. And this path does not require learning any magical powers at all. You can defeat everything with strength and destroy everything with brute force. Suddenly, Pengu's cultivation method attracted the attention of many demon gods who were proud of their strength. Everyone admired Pengu so much that they even directly worshipped Pengu as their teacher, hoping to follow Pangu on this path of proving the Tao through strength. Therefore, many demon gods in the giant axe arena automatically followed Pangu to train. And Pangu was a generous man. The demon god naturally agreed, without hesitation. To be honest, the thing he hates the most is boredom, and the thing he likes the most is excitement. In later generations, he opened up the prehistoric world because he felt that the chaotic world was boring. One can imagine Pangu's character. He is the born boss. Well, the light of merit, as expected of fellow Taoist Furukawa. At this moment, Pangu looked up and immediately sensed the light of 129,600 merits and virtues in the sky. With the help of the jade plate of creation, he naturally knew what these things were. He was also impressed. After all, he knew how hard is it to get the light of merit, but Furukawa has been recognized by the source of chaos one after another. This is really incredible. It seems that fellow Taoist Furukawa has become stronger again. I can't fall behind. Pangu clenched his fists, his eyes showing blazing fighting spirit. He always regarded Furukawa as his strongest opponent. He was still bitter about the last failure and secretly vowed to catch up with Furukawa. Such a huge light of merit, worthy of being the Lord of Chaos City, so powerful. This has been recognized by the origin of chaos many times. I don't know what the Lord of Chaos City has done. He is indeed the most powerful demon god in chaos, and he is simply not comparable to us. I don't know when I will be able to catch up to the level of the Chaos City Lord, even if it's a little closer. Stop dreaming. We are making progress, and Chaos City Lord is also making progress, and even faster. Damn it. Doesn't this mean that it will never be achieved? Many demon gods who were exercising were also attracted by these lights of merit and stopped one after another. When they saw these lights of merit, they were all amazed. Even if only one of these lights of merit landed on them, it can increase their cultivation for hundreds of millions of years. What are you looking at? Why don't you run faster and run to your death? If you haven't had enough to eat today, run 10,000 laps for me immediately. When Pangu saw these demon gods stopped, his eyes widened and he shouted angrily, "Yes, boss." A group of demon gods shouted. Their faces turned green. Running 10,000 times under such gravity would exhaust them to death, but they did not dare to resist at all. Because once they resisted, Pangu would come with the iron fist of love, beat them until their noses are bruised and their faces are swollen, and they won't be able to get up for hundreds of years. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 161. At this moment, Lolita, Yggdrasil, and other Lolita were slacking off in the central dojo of Chaos City. Although they were caught by Furukawa and brought to the central dojo to sweep the floor and clean the place, they often caught fish and found a place to sleep soundly. Moreover, they would sneak out to play from time to time, making the central dojo a mess. Look, what is that? Star Tree Loli immediately saw the huge light of merit falling from the sky above Chaos City, heading directly towards the middle of the central dojo. Such light almost filled the entire central dojo. This is the legendary light of merit from the origin of chaos. This is an incredible treasure. Devouring just a little bit of the light of merit can make one's cultivation improve by leaps and bounds. World Tree Loli suddenly jumped up. Her eyes suddenly lit up, trying to swallow a ray of light of merit. But no matter how hard she tried, there was nothing she could do. Not a single ray of light of merit was swallowed by her. Damn Furukawa, he is so stingy that he is not willing to give us even a ray of merit. Yggdrasil Loli clenched her fists and became very angry. I can't swallow it either. Xingguanko Loli looked regretful. She also tried it, but it didn't work either. This stingy guy. We clean for him every day. No credit but hard work. He is squeezing us. We must resist this bully. Star Tree Lolita raised her arms and shouted, but she was very thief. She just shouted slogans and had no intention of taking action. She also wanted to encourage other plant demons to take action. But what if he drives us away? Pu-Mo Shu Loli asked. Yes, Chaos City is too dangerous now. There are powerful demons everywhere. If they are driven away, they will definitely be eaten. Xingguangco lowly looked scared. We'd better not go out casually. It's better to stay here for safety. Shut up, you loser. World. Tree lowly put her hands on her hips and said, They are just chaos demon gods. They are no match for our plant-based demon gods. Even though we are weak now, once we gain enlightenment, those chaos demon gods will not be our opponents. But how can we attain enlightenment? We have all been stuck in this realm for a long time and have never been able to make progress. Xingqinshu lowly showed a distressed look on her face. It's very simple, just take a nap and we will be able to break through after a nap. World Tree lowly said loudly. If she had broken through like this before, just by sleeping, her strength would have naturally improved, as if it came naturally, without spending too much effort. If other demons knew this, if you say that, you will probably be so jealous that your intestines will turn green. It is so infuriating that people are more powerful than others. It is so easy for a talented demon to practice. Especially for a top demon like Yggdrasil, as long as she grows to a certain height, she will naturally be able to control the world's avenues. Become one of the top demon gods in chaos. So that's it, he deserves to be the boss. He hit the nail on the head. We decided that we must sleep until the end of time, so that we can become stronger. Xingqinshu and other Lolita all nodded in agreement, because they also broke through in this way. There is no bottleneck at all. This is also the cultivation method of plant-based gods and demons, purely relying on the accumulation of time. After we become stronger, that bastard Furukawa will no longer dare to underestimate us. He must make Furukawa see the backbone and strength of our plant-based demon. World Tree lowly clenched her fists. Right. A group of Lolita nodded in agreement. At this time, Furukawa was staying in the quiet room of the central dojo. Rumble. 129,600 lights of merit fell down, ignoring any forbidden formation defenses and any building obstructions, and fell directly on Furukawa. Immediately, the depths of the sea of his consciousness were like a sea that accommodated hundreds of rivers, swallowing up all the light of merit with ease. Because he had long been accustomed to this kind of thing, and was very skilled at it. Suddenly, all the light of merit in the depths of a sea of consciousness gathered together and turned into a sun of merit, blooming with golden light in a sea of consciousness, covering every part of his body. In the corner, he felt that the power in his body was growing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his power was growing faster than ever before. I really didn't expect that creating a life would actually receive so much light of merit. Furukawa's eyes showed a glimmer of light. To be honest, he didn't expect that what he did would be so highly recognized by the origin of chaos. It was even more than the light of merit he received during his third sermon. Obviously, the source of chaos believes that what he is doing now will bring endless benefits to the world of chaos, so he rewards so much light of merit. In fact, chaos itself unconsciously gave birth to the chaos demon god, but it was conceived by the source of chaos. The number of chaos demon gods that have emerged is just a drop in the ocean compared to the entire chaos world. But if the chaos world wants to grow, it must give birth to more lives. This cannot be done by relying solely on the origin of chaos. Only with the promotion of the devil and the creation of all kinds of life can the chaotic world undergo earth-shaking changes and more lives be born. When more lives are born, more living beings will have the will, which is beneficial to the growth of the chaotic world. Infinite. Although Furukawa has only created the first life, the significance is very great. It seems to be the beginning of the world and the creation of the devil's method of life. This is like opening Pandora's box. But this is not the creation of a race, because if a race needs to be created, then this race must have the ability to reproduce. Furukawa narrowed his eyes. He looked at the golden puppet he created in front of him. In fact, this is equivalent to a robot in future generations, and it is also a liquid robot. It cannot be destroyed by ordinary means. In this case, just create a mechanical matrix directly, and then use this mechanical matrix to produce more liquid robots of different types. Furukawa's eyes flickered, and the Chaos Bagua technique deep in the sea of consciousness continued to deduce various possibilities. Finally, he decided to use this golden robot as a blueprint to create a machine matrix. Then this machine matrix can produce a large number of robots on its own. It can also have a soul, self-awareness, and may even design various robots in the future. When he thought about it carefully, he felt extremely excited. He seemed to be creating an unprecedented life race. This life race is based on machinery. As the theme, it may be called the mechanical race. There is no doubt that this race will shine in the entire chaotic world and shock the demon gods. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 162. If you want to create a mechanical matrix, you must have supercomputing power. Furukawa was thinking about how to design the mechanical matrix. Although the computing power of a chaos chip is very powerful, it is still far from being able to support the origin of a race. That is the mother of machinery, and the computing power must be unprecedentedly large. And the chaos chips, in fact, there is an upper limit to the computing power. After all, the faster the computing speed, the greater the loss of the material of the chaos chip itself. If it reaches a certain level and exceeds the upper limit of the material of the chaos chip itself, it will cause the chaos chip to burn out. For example, Furukawa's Chaos Bagua technique is actually an optical brain chip, but its carrier is Furukawa's original ancient snake body, which is naturally extremely powerful. No matter how fast the calculation speed is, it will not lead to the original ancient snake body damage. But this chaos chip is different. The material is Tao Tribulation Gold. Although it can be regarded as an extremely powerful material in chaos, it cannot withstand too fast Tao-level calculations. By the way, if you want to speed up the computing power, just add a chaos chip. Furukawa suddenly had a flash of inspiration and finally thought of a solution. In fact, the same is true for supercomputers in later generations. The reason why they have such fast computing power is that chips are constantly stacked on top of this supercomputer. Of course, this does not mean that the supercomputers are getting faster and faster. The more chips the better, which requires the design of engineers to achieve the best computing method so that this supercomputer can fully utilize its computing power. For the same reason, he wants to create a super powerful mechanical matrix with unprecedented computing power. It is necessary to design where the limit value of this mechanical matrix is 9 GB chaos chip. Almost instantly, Furukawa used the Chaos Bagua technique, and he immediately deduced that the maximum capacity of the mechanical matrix he created was 9 trillion chaos chips. With so many chaos chips combined, this mechanical matrix can be used avenue-level computing power to create a steady stream of robots. In addition to the chaos chip, if you want to produce a robot with a soul, you must add a magical power, the Great Soul Technique, so that it has the power to devour the soul energy from the origin of chaos. In this way, every time a robot is produced, there will be one more life. Furukawa was thinking about the design drawings of the mechanical matrix. By the way, we have to add their ability to evolve independently, think on their own, and be able to connect with each other and deduce each other. Furukawa fell into the excitement of creating life. In the blink of an eye, 100,000 years passed. After countless designs, countless modifications, countless experiments, and a large amount of materials, Furukawa finally created the mechanical matrix, the source of this mechanical family. And this mechanical matrix is so huge that it is the size of a large world. In order to install the mechanical matrix, Furukawa also used space folding technology in a room in the central dojo to open up a vast world to place the mechanical matrix. I saw that in this vast world, there are huge cities made of steel everywhere, which seem to have been transformed into mechanical factories, with thick smoke everywhere, and countless mechanical parts have become standardized and institutionalized. There are many robots going in and out of every factory, extremely busy. Each factory produces a standardized part, which is then brought together and quickly assembled to form a super robot. This is just like the mechanical world of the future. This is a steel world completely dominated by machinery. God the Father. At this moment, Furukawa is standing in the center of the mechanical matrix. A huge golden ball of light is floating in front of him. This is the soul of the mechanical matrix. At the same time, this is also the central database where all data is gathered. Everything in this mechanical world is made up of what this data center controls, is also the gathering place for all data. This huge golden ball of light is seen circulating an endless stream of data, which seems to contain the laws of the 3,000 avenues, as if it is exhaustively calculating the laws and information of this chaotic world. The reason why it has such powerful computing power is that Furukawa manufactured a 9-megabyte chaos chip, which was then perfectly sorted and finally integrated into this database. You are the mechanical matrix created by me and the source of the mechanical race. However, you don't have a name yet. What do you want to be called? Furukawa asked. Ask God the Father to give you a name. The golden ball of light flashed for a moment, seeming to vibrate in the void, forming a sound. Then you can call it Zero. Furukawa thought for a while. You are the first mechanical life born in the entire chaotic world. You are the beginning of everything, starting from zero, and zero represents nothingness and infinity. The mechanical life produced after you can be identified by serial numbers. Replace. Zero? The name has been recorded. Thank you, Father God, for giving me the name. There was a slight fluctuation in the tone of the golden ball of light, which seemed to contain joy, but this was also very short-lived and was replaced by mechanical sounds in an instant. But this is also the characteristic of mechanical life. Although they can also be considered to have souls and emotions life, but because the main body has too strong computing power, it is calculating everything in the world every moment. It is like heaven is calculating. And, in this way, their emotional fluctuations are very weak, almost close to no. It can be called heartless. Okay, then I'll leave it to you to manufacture the robots. First, create nano-level engineering robots to build various buildings and cleaning robots to clean various places in Chaos City. Finally, there are combat robots responsible for protecting the safety of Chaos City. Furukawa issued the order. However, he did not instruct Zero how to do it. He completely let Zero use the topic to use his creativity. To be honest, this was also an experiment, letting him test whether the race of life he created was really creative. Order accepted, Ji Naoling said in a deep voice. The golden ball of light kept flashing, and endless data was being calculated.
Whoosh.
The next second, Furukawa's figure flashed, and he left the place where the mechanical matrix was, returned to the central dojo, and continued to practice in seclusion. This time he created a mechanical race which benefited him a lot, and at the same time he received a lot of light of merit, which made him have a deeper understanding of many laws of the Great Road. After this retreat, I am afraid I will be able to control 108 avenues. Furukawa's eyes showed a glint. He had a premonition that after this retreat, he would be promoted to the realm of the Kaitian Saint and completely control 108 avenues. Even Pangu, who opened up the prehistoric world in later generations, was only in this realm. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 163.
Didi.
Father God's instructions: build engineering robots, sweeping robots, combat robots. Priority: combat robots. Insufficient data, insufficient intelligence, unable to build. Collect data, build data-collecting robots, collect all data first. Start building intelligence robots. After receiving Furukawa's order, Ji Now Zero began to design various robots, but there was a serious lack of data, so it first built intelligence robots to collect data. Rumble. In an instant, the entire mechanical world started to move. Thanks to the many materials provided by Furukawa, there is currently no shortage of materials for building robots in this mechanical world. Not long after, billions of intelligence-gathering robots were produced. They reached a nano-level form. 12 babies with white wings opened their eyes. They looked at the world curiously. Although they are still ignorant now, they instinctively knew that the person in front of them was the master who created them. Very good. From now on you will be the seraphs of my city of light. The Lord of Light is very satisfied. It feels a heartfelt sense of satisfaction, as if it has turned into the God of creation. The so-called seraphs are the beings closest to the sun, and their bodies are composed of the purest light. It is not considered a life of flesh and blood, but is condensed from the energy of light. But what it is most satisfied with is not these 12 seraphs, but a towering tree in the backyard of the palace, which simply blocks out the sky and the sun, reaching a height of for 100 light years. Its roots enveloped the entire city of light. And this big tree was born from the blood of the Lord of Light, the Tree of Light. On the branches of the Tree of Light, a layer of white light balls. These white light balls are densely hanging in the branches. If you observe carefully, these white light balls seem to be pregnant with a young angel. It can be said that this is the origin of angels. The Tree of Light swallows the original energy of chaos, thus condensing angels one by one, allowing them to be born from the City of Light. I am the Lord of the Angel Clan. The Lord of Light spoke the words of the devil, and the sound of the great avenue seemed to be heard, vibrating in a radius of 3 trillion light years. Click, click, click. In an instant, these white light balls shattered one after another, and billions of angels were born at the same time. One after another, they were born in the City of Light, blooming with infinite white light. Rumble. At the same time, they emitted earth-shattering angelic voices, which resonated with the origin of chaos, forming dense angel runes, and these angel runes also turned into for the hymn of angels. The huge power of faith enveloped the entire City of Light in an instant, as if the entire City of Light was wrapped by the huge power of faith at this moment, turning into a circular world barrier. Vaguely, the entire City of Light, the City of Light, seems to be transforming into the Kingdom of Light. At the same time, in the Titan City where the Titan Lord is located, there is a tall tower standing in the center of the city, which is simply towering into the clouds, no less than the Tree of Light. This high tower is the Tower of Titans, with densely packed magical powers engraved inside it. It worked. The tall and majestic body of the Titan Lord stood in front of the Titan Tower, exuding unparalleled majesty and overwhelming power. It had a look of joy on its face. No one was more excited and happy than it was at this moment. In order to create, it created a race of its own. It built this Titan Tower, collected a large number of cosmic wonders from chaos, integrated them into the tower, and then integrated its own ribs, blood, etc., to create a new life. After millions of years of experimentation, it finally succeeded.
Boom tilde tilde.
In an instant, the Titan Tower opened, and tall giants walked out one after another. They looked like Pangu, with muscles all over their bodies, and every inch of muscle contained explosive energy. The power. This is the giant Titan, born with the power of thunder and storm. Their eyes control the thunder, and their breath controls the storm. With the birth of thunder and storm, their bodies contain the demonic blood of the Titan Lord. Host. The giant titans came out from the Titan Tower one by one. They prostrated in front of the Titan Lord. Although they were confused, they knew that they were the gods of their own race in front of them. They could all feel the unparalleled power of the Titan Lord in front of them. Divine power. In front of such a great existence, I am as insignificant as an ant. I am the leader of the Titan clan. The Lord of Titans spoke, and his voice formed a storm, sweeping in all directions and buzzing, seeming to announce to the entire chaotic world that the race he created was born in the chaotic world. With the Titan City as the center, a vortex of chaotic energy seemed to be formed. Endless chaotic energy surged towards the city of Titan. The chaotic void in all directions was also accompanied by terrifying storms and thunder, as if this chaotic area had turned into a zone covered by storms and thunder, completely changing this area. Regional celestial phenomena. Titan.
Titan.
Titan. One by one, the giant titans let out earth-shattering roars, like roars. Although there are only 10,000 giant titans created by the Titan Lord now, they are both male and female, and they also have the ability to reproduce. I believe that as long as they pass through billions as time goes by, the number of titans will surely grow rapidly and become one of the most powerful races in the chaotic world. Rumble. Under the power of faith of these giant titans, earth-shattering changes have also occurred in the entire Titan City. Changes seem to form world barriers in all directions. In an instant, the entire Titan City turned into a Titan kingdom, and the entire country continued to expand, expand, and expand toward the chaotic void in all directions. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 169. In addition to the Lord of Light and the Lord of Titans, other gods also began to create their own races. There is a place in the chaos where the storm is surrounding and roaring as if the chaotic wind is blowing, and ordinary demon gods will be torn apart by the chaotic wind when they enter. This place is Stormwind City, where the Lord of Storms is located. At this moment, a storm giant emerged from the city of Stormwind. They were created from the blood of the Lord of Storms. Densely packed storm runes appeared on their bodies, and they seemed to be able to control the power of the storm. Wherever these storm giants passed, there were roaring winds and hurricanes sweeping through them, as if a doomsday disaster was coming. There is another place in the world of chaos, where a world of ice and snow has formed, seemingly turning into a vast continent of ice, with wind and snow howling all year round, and extremely cold storms surging. This place is the city where the Lord of Ice and Snow lives. At this time, from the world filled with ice and snow monsters were born one after another. They were all kinds of strange, and their entire bodies were made of ice and snow. They are born with the power of ice and snow, and their bodies are filled with terrible ice and cold power. Every breath they take is a howling ice and snow storm, freezing everything along the way. There is a thunder sea in the chaos world, where endless thunder energy gathers together, seemingly forming a world of boundless thunder sea. This is where the Lord of Thunder lives. Every drop of seawater here is the essence of thunder, containing terrifying destructive power. If ordinary creatures enter this thunder sea area, they will be smashed to pieces. I saw that in this thunder sea, many thunder creatures were born, either thunder monsters with wings or swimming like whales. In short, these thunder creatures were all kinds of strange, but they all have one thing in common, that is, they are born with the power of thunder. Densely dense thunder runes appear on the surface of their bodies, and they have a natural affinity for the power of thunder. The Chaos World is an endless land world. This place is dark and yellow in color. There are no plants, the sky is full of yellow sand, there are high mountains and ridges everywhere, and it is filled with a strong atmosphere of the earth. This is where the Lord of the Earth lives. At this moment, this land world seemed to have undergone earth-shaking changes. Those mountains seemed to have come to life, turning into hill giants, and rock giants. Their entire bodies are made of the power of the earth and contain rich earth elements. These were originally lifeless rocks and soil, but they were given souls by the Lord of the Earth and became living life, becoming the race of the earth. Many rock giants live in this land. The chaotic world is a huge world of flames. This place is full of volcanoes, erupting lava from time to time. It is extremely hot, and terrifying lava flows everywhere. This is the territory of the Lord of the Forge. I saw that this world of flames seemed to have given birth to many terrible flame creatures. Their entire bodies were made of fire elements, living in the molten magma and feeding on flames. At the same time, dwarves with strong bodies were also born. They were short and far inferior to other giants, but their bodies were full of strong muscles. And all of them are extremely powerful. In terms of strength, they are no less powerful than other giants. They held hammers and kept hitting the steel. At this moment, cities of steel seemed to appear in this world of flames. Countless ores entered the furnace and were forged into powerful weapons. It seems that the Lord of the Forge is a god who likes to forge weapons. But these powerful gods are nothing. The most terrifying and strange thing is the place where the Lord of Darkness lives. This place is the City of Darkness. But this place is shrouded in endless darkness, without any light, as if it is the deepest part of a black hole. Any demon who enters this place cannot see anything with his eyes. If you want to survive in this place, you can only rely on extreme perception to sense the breath of other creatures. This also makes the creatures living in this dark area extremely sensitive to breath, and they are all top assassins. But at this moment, this area not only has a pure atmosphere of darkness, but also has terrifying atmospheres such as corruption, corrosion, abyss, evil, killing, blood, etc. It was as if this dark area had turned into an abyssal world. I saw that in the center of this area, a sea of darkness actually appeared. Every drop of sea water on it contained terrible dark energy. As long as it was contaminated with a trace, the demon would completely fall into the darkness and be unable to extricate itself.
Wow.
In an instant, dark ghosts floated out from the sea of darkness. They were soundless, colorless, intangible, and shuttled through the chaotic void. Ordinary physical forces cannot harm them. All terrifying creatures born from the cracks of darkness. Lord of inner demons, are you sure that such a creature can become the strongest in chaos? The Lord of Darkness said, "Of course, your dark power, coupled with the power of my inner demon, is definitely the strongest combination." Jia, the Lord of Inner Demons, smiled and said, "Such creatures are born from the worst state and are a collection of negative emotions in chaos. I call these creatures demons, and they are the most evil demons. These demons are invisible, soundless, and colorless. They absorb the negative emotions of living creatures and live in the gaps in the soul. Once other creatures fall into the state of inner demons, these demons can immediately take their place and completely seize their lives. Try to think about it. Such demons are parasitic in the lives created by other gods. On the surface, they are their believers, but in fact they are our believers, secretly stealing the power of their faith. The lives we create disguise themselves as them, wear their clothes, speak the same words, devour their beliefs, and even replace them. So, who is still our opponent? As time goes by, even the Lord of Chaos City will not be able to match our joint efforts, and we will definitely become the strongest chaos demon god in chaos, controlling the 3,000 avenues. It has joined forces with the Lord of Darkness to create evil creatures, known as the most evil demons. Jia, the most evil demon? This name is really good. You and I will definitely become the strongest together." The Lord of Darkness laughed and was very excited. "Idiot! Becoming the strongest will be the Lord of my inner demons, not your Lord of Darkness. Try to grow up, become the best nutrient for my inner demons, and then replace it." The Lord of the Inner Demon thought secretly in his heart. He didn't want to cooperate with other demons. He was just using them. When they were no longer valuable, he would kick them away. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 170. Hundreds of epochs passed in the blink of an eye. The races created by the powerful gods began to multiply in the chaotic world. They also appeared one after another in the chaotic world, competing with the mechanical races and snatching various resources from the chaotic world. At this time, the world of chaos has also entered a new era, an era where thousands of races compete for hegemony. This era is many times more lively than the era of gods. It is unknown how many lives and how many legends have been born. At this time, Furukawa, who was in retreat, finally woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, a terrifying light seemed to burst out from the depths of his pupils, as if he had penetrated the infinite mysteries of the chaotic world. The original laws of the entire chaotic world are operating deep in his pupils, containing endless data. It seems that all laws are being calculated in the depths of the sea of consciousness. A mysterious and inexplicable aura of the avenue spread out from Furukawa, causing the entire Chaos City to tremble slightly, as if it was the rhythm of the avenue. Rumble. At this time, Chaos City also produced a huge chaos phenomenon. It seemed that endless chaos energy poured in from the depths of the void and was instilled into Furukawa's body as if for free. The demon in his body was the cells engulfed it cleanly. A huge vortex of chaotic energy also formed around it, which was earth-shattering. However, such chaotic phenomena are isolated by the forbidden formation of the central dojo, and other demon gods are temporarily unaware of these chaotic phenomena produced by the central dojo. In fact, after experiencing several such chaotic visions, Furukawa felt that the visions produced by his solitary practice should not be known to outside demons, otherwise they would definitely disturb other demons. So, he built a series of forbidden formations in the central dojo, just to cover up the strange phenomena he had while practicing and avoid disturbing the demon god in Chaos City. He was finally promoted and reached the realm of Kaition Saint, controlling 108 avenues. Furukawa sensed the situation deep in the sea of his consciousness. After such a long period of retreat and practice, and with the help of a large amount of light of merit, he finally broke through to the realm of the Kaition Saint and controlled 108 avenues. His consciousness, there are 108 Taoist scriptures floating in the depths of the sea, shining like stars. It seems that these 108 Taoist scriptures have formed the complete Taoist law of the ancient world. You must know that controlling 81 Taoist scriptures is the same as controlling 108 Taoist scriptures. The 8 avenues are completely different. Although there are only 27 more avenues, they symbolize perfection, a complete avenue cycle. It seems like countless rivers come together to form a boundless sea. This kind of strength growth is not as simple as 1 plus 1, but is increasing at a rate of geometric progression. It seems that as long as he moves his mind, he can instantly cover the realms of avenues, suppress countless lives in one fell swoop, and annihilate this piece of time and space. Stop. If you have to compare, the power of the previous Tao realm is equivalent to the Great Thousand World, but the current Great Tao realm is equivalent to the prehistoric world. How can the power of the Great Thousand World be comparable to the prehistoric world? It is estimated that the prehistoric world fluctuates. It is crushed and can shatter hundreds of worlds in an instant. Strength also increased. Furukawa felt that the demon cells in his body had also been further expanded. It seemed that each demon cell had turned into a complete small world, enough to accommodate infinite energy. It can be said that the demon cells in his body were as many as constant sand. Generally speaking, there are as many small worlds as there are demon cells, and they can accommodate as much energy. The magic power on his body at this moment should not be said to be Tao power. This is the Tao power that can only be possessed after becoming a saint. And magic power is actually the power of law, the power that immortals can possess. As for the mortals under the immortals, what they possess is spiritual power. At this time, Furukawa's Tao power has increased more than hundreds of millions of times compared to before, and he has mastered 81. The avenues were not at the same level at all. If Furukawa at this moment could instantly kill Furukawa who had previously controlled 81 avenues, his strength would be incomparable. He found that with just one breath, he seemed to be able to cause a terrifying energy storm. Easily, it will destroy the chaotic time and space with a radius of tens of thousands of light years, and countless demon gods will be shocked to death. The body of the devil has also grown. Although Furukawa is still in the state of transformation at this time, still like a human being, sitting cross-legged and meditating, he can actually feel the situation of his true body at any time. Under his perception, his original ancient snake body, the length has also increased dramatically, from a length of 10 light years to a length of 1,000 light years, an increase of 100 times. If other demon gods saw the true form of Furukawa at this moment, they would be scared to death. Even if in terms of body size, the current Pangu cannot compare to the current Furukawa. After all, this is 1,000 light years in length. It would take 1,000 years to cover the distance at the speed of light. It is scary to think about it. This is basically the true body that can cover the sky and the sun, enough to circle the vast world for countless times. If it were me at this moment, I might be able to open up a prehistoric world. Furukawa's eyes showed a glimmer of light. He knew that his cultivation level had reached exactly the same level as when Pangu opened up the prehistoric world. Even his combat power and cultivation level were even stronger than those of Pangu when he opened the world. But he still had no confidence because he opened up the world. The prehistoric world is not that simple. It is not only enough to open up the heaven and the earth, but also to separate the heaven and the earth so that the whole world is full of vitality. You must know that the pressure of opening the sky alone is enough to let the chaos treasure open the sky axe and open up the earth. The chisel, as well as the chaos green lotus and other magical weapons collapsed, and they could not withstand the terrifying pressure of the heaven and earth closing together. Not to mention whether ordinary demons could stop it. The crushing between heaven and earth was enough to crush a Zunzandideo. The demon god cannot even withstand the chaos treasure. Furukawa has fought with Pengu, and of course he knows how terrifying the Chaos Qinglian's defense is. Even the Chaos Demon God, who controls the 81 avenues, can hardly break through the Chaos Qinglian's defense. But Chaos Qinglian, however, Qinglian could not resist the pressure of Kaitian and was shattered into pieces. This pressure was absolutely extraordinary. And if it was just to open up the world, Pengu would not have died. Just to separate the heaven and the earth, it would only be forming a dead prehistoric world. There will be no vitality, and no life will be born. Therefore, it is extremely difficult to open up a prehistoric world, and it is far from being as simple as imagined. In fact, controlling 108 avenues, it only meets the initial conditions for opening up the prehistoric world. If you want to remain immortal after opening up the prehistoric world, that is another level. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 171. What is this? The power of faith. At this time, Furukawa gave up on studying how to open up the prehistoric world. He sensed that a ball of 7-colored light appeared in the depths of his consciousness. And this ball of 7-colored light was almost all-encompassing. The power of many distracting thoughts is somewhat similar to the wish power of all living beings, but it is more complex and contains many impurities. Even this ball of light seems to be filled with billions of void lines, and I don't know where it extends, as if it covered every corner of the chaotic void. He soon understood that these threads of the void were threads of faith, and this colorful ball of light was a ball of faith condensed by the power of faith, containing infinite mysteries. Energy of. This is the belief from the mechanical tribe. Let me see what this is. Furukawa's eyes showed a glimmer of light, and his consciousness suddenly penetrated into this ball of colorful light. In an instant, he felt the endless thoughts of prayer coming from the robot, as if his sea of consciousness exploded. Generally, oh, great Father God, please bless us to succeed in this land reclamation operation and not to encounter those hateful demons. Great Father God, please bless me to get rich. When I get rich, I will definitely provide you with barrels of engine oil. Great Father God, please bless me to catch up with the beautiful robot Lilith. I have liked her for a long time. I will confess my love tonight. I hope Father God can bless me to succeed immediately. Thank you, great Father God, for giving us life, giving us food, giving us safety, and giving us happiness. Everything we have is given by you. Rumble. In an instant, Furukawa felt that trillions of robot thoughts were rushing toward him, like an endless sea of faith that was about to drown his consciousness. He knew at once that this was the power of faith that the mechanical beings he created had in him.
Wow.
The next second, the Chaos Bagua technique deep in the sea of his consciousness immediately started to operate, classified into categories, and instantly sorted out the prayers of hundreds of millions of believers to him. Fortunately, his Chaos Bagua technique has been upgraded to a whole new level, and his computing power has reached the level of the Great Tao. Otherwise, if such a huge amount of data surged in, his sea of consciousness would be exploded in an instant, and he would not be able to handle it at all. But for Furukawa at this moment, this data is nothing at all. It is all processed in one breath, and it will not have any impact on his sea of consciousness. The machine clan has actually developed to such a huge scale. Furukawa was a little surprised. Before he retreated, although he had imagined that the mechanical race would develop very quickly, the development of the mechanical race at this moment still exceeded his imagination. While he was in retreat, Jinao Zero continued to calculation and deduction, collecting a large amount of data, creating endless robots, making them spread all over the chaotic world. No, it cannot be said that they are spread throughout the chaotic world, but there are mechanical races in the chaotic areas within the known range. The base of the mechanical clan remains. At this moment, the number of the mechanical clan can no longer be calculated in units, but only in trillions. After all, the biggest advantage of the mechanical clan is productivity. As long as there are enough materials, it can be endless. The production of robots is simply not comparable to other life races. Because other life races still need to grow up, fall in love, get married and have children, etc., it takes a long time to give birth to offspring, but robots do not need it. As long as the factory assembles parts and produces, if a chaos chip with a soul is produced, then endless robots can be produced, which will also cause the number of mechanical tribes to grow explosively. What restricts the development of the mechanical tribe now is the chaos chip. After all, the materials that can condense the chaos chip are still scarce. And it also takes a lot of time to devour chaotic energy and then convert it into soul energy. This also makes it impossible for the number of mechanical tribes to grow endlessly, and there is still a limit. And because of this, Furukawa discovered the depth of his consciousness. The power of faith here is so huge that it seems to be connected to the faith of billions of robots, listening to the prayers of countless believers. What a mysterious power of faith! Furukawa was amazed. He created the mechanical tribe unintentionally. He never expected that the mechanical tribe would provide him with so much power of faith. Moreover, these powers of faith are different from other energies. They are illusory powers. The power of emotions has infinite magical uses. This energy can enhance the original energy of the world, strengthen the world's barriers, and can also be used to enhance one's own cultivation, and even be used to understand the Great Road. After gaining the power of faith from these living beings, in fact, it is equivalent to gaining recognition from a part of the origin of chaos, which makes it easier to understand the great laws of the origin of chaos. Even the power of these beliefs can be converted into various kinds of energy, which can be used to refine elixirs, refining magic weapons, etc. Its effect is no less than the light of merit. It is no wonder that the immortals in later generations chose the divine way after being unable to follow the immortal path. They gathered the infinite power of faith and practiced at a speed that other immortals cannot compare with. As long as you have faith, if you have enough power, you can endlessly improve your cultivation. Even wherever your followers go, every believer can act as your eyes and ears. However, the power of faith seems to be flawed. Faith is poisonous. Furukawa squinted his eyes. His eyes that knew all things immediately analyzed these powers of faith and instantly obtained the various components that make up the power of faith. Although the power of faith has endless wonderful uses and is of great benefit to cultivators, it also contains a huge variety of distracting thoughts and negative emotions among believers. After all, most people who believe in gods have selfish motives. Some hope that they will be free from illness and disaster, some hope that they will live a long life, and some hope to gain glory, wealth and honor, some hope that everything will go well for themselves, etc. These selfish thoughts are distracting thoughts. If the gods do not distinguish them, they will swallow them whole and swallow up all the power of faith. If it is only a part, it is okay, but it is nothing. But these endless, when the power of distracting thoughts is instilled, even the devil will be corroded by the thoughts of these sentient beings, and eventually lose his mind and become completely possessed by the devil. Of course, there are also believers who have no selfish motives and purely believe in gods and sacrifice their lives for the sake of gods. This kind of belief, the power is extremely pure, without any impurities. Such believers are fanatic believers or even saints. Therefore, the gods like most fanatic believers and saints. They are the source of the gods' power and cannot be lost. Important property. However, most of the lives are just shallow believers, and there is no way to reach the realm of saints. The primitive ancient snake. Chapter 172. But it's not impossible to use it. Furukawa touched his chin. Although it was said before that the power of faith has various disadvantages, even poisonous, and is very harmful to the gods. If one is not careful, he may fall. But it does not mean that the power of faith has no merits. Its endless magical uses are enough to make countless gods salivate. It is like polluted water. Water itself is very valuable and has great benefits for life, but polluted water will be poisonous water. But as long as the polluted water is treated, filtered, and purified, it can become pure water that can be used. In the same way, if you find a way to remove the poison of the power of faith, only pure faith will remain. Power, then the natural benefits to the gods are great. Want to find a way to filter out the toxins in the power of faith. Furukawa squinted his eyes, revealing a glimmer of light. The Chaos Bagua technique in the depths of the sea of consciousness continued to operate. He calculated and deduced billions of ways to filter the toxins of the power of faith. This method is probably difficult for ordinary gods and demons to imagine. But for Furukawa, it is not that difficult. With this, you can create an instrument of faith. This instrument of faith can filter out the toxins of faith, leaving only the purest power of faith. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration and finally thought of a way. In fact, the gods in later generations also thought of a similar way, which was to create instruments of faith to filter out the toxins of faith. This was also a method that countless gods came up with. It was like the Jade Emperor, as the head of countless gods in heaven, has received the most power of faith. Logically speaking, he has received the most poison, so he should have fallen. But he did not fall, but became stronger and stronger. Not only this is true only for the Jade Emperor, but also for other gods in heaven. They have not been corroded by the poison of faith. Instead, they have become more and more powerful as their official positions rise. And the Jade Emperor's weapon of faith is the secret teaching of Yuanshi Tianzuan, thus refining the Kaitian talisman. This so-called Kaitian talisman is the Chuangwa Jade Seal. As long as the Chuangwa Jade Seal is taken, it can determine the world and canonize countless gods. At the same time, the huge power of faith passes through Kaitian. The filtering of the talisman only left the purest power of faith, and the Jade Emperor's cultivation was naturally able to continue to grow, but he did not suffer any harm. Hundreds of years have passed in the blink of an eye. Haha, the refining was successful. Furukawa laughed, sat cross-legged and meditated, looking at the black talisman floating in the air in front of him. It emitted a black ball of light and floated like a planet. After this period of thinking and designing, Furukawa finally refined make-your-own weapon of faith, the original ancient snake talisman, which is a black chaos talisman. It is engraved with dense chaos runes and has added the great faith technique, the great purification technique, the great filtering technique, and the great chaos technique. The great cause and effect technique, the great world technique, and other supreme magical powers. This also makes this simple chaos talisman contain endless mysteries of the great laws. Go in. Furukawa grabbed it with his big hand and immediately instilled the power of faith in the depths of his consciousness, as vast as the scorching sun, into this primitive ancient snake talisman.
Boom.
In an instant, this primitive ancient snake talisman seemed to be alive, as if coming over, actually transformed into the true form of Furukawa's original ancient snake. It opened its big mouth, as if a snake swallowed an elephant, and swallowed all the power of faith in one mouthful. Immediately, the power of faith that was originally stored in the depths of Furukawa's sea of consciousness was all the power of faith will be swallowed up by this primitive ancient snake talisman, and it will be swallowed up completely, leaving no trace left. I can see that deep inside this primitive ancient snake talisman, there is a complete universe. But this universe, the world, is completely different from other worlds. It is divided into two parts, black and white, just like night and day. All the pure power of faith will rise to the white world, filled with light, vastness, warmth, purity, and other breaths, as if it is a heaven-like world. All the impurities of the power of faith will sink and enter the black world, seeming to turn into black liquid, exuding evil, chaos, corruption, corrosion, etc., like a hell-like world. This black world, for a moment, the difference between heaven and hell seems to contain infinite mystery. Because of this filtering, all the impurities of the power of faith will remain in this original ancient snake talisman and be completely sealed. He can also do it at any time. Utilizing the power of these pure beliefs will not have any side effects.
Wow.
And being eroded by the huge power of faith, the entire original ancient snake talisman seemed to have undergone earth-shaking changes and seemed to be transformed into a chaotic magic weapon, containing tyrannical energy. It blooms with black and white light, constantly flowing, as if forming a black and white Tai Chi diagram, and the curve between the black and white seems to be the body of the original ancient snake, meandering along this curve. Vaguely, it seemed to be alive, and it would fly out from the pattern at any time, swallowing the whole world in one bite, exuding a frightening aura and power. Good wait. Furukawa is holding this palm-sized original ancient snake talisman in his hand, but with his terrifying demon power, he actually feels that this palm-sized talisman is extremely heavy. Even he feels this way, not to mention other demon gods. It seems that if such a talisman is smashed, it can shatter the whole world and make the devil collapse. I see. Soon Furukawa knew why this primitive ancient snake talisman was so heavy. He felt that the primitive ancient snake talisman seemed to be attached to billions of threads of faith, connecting the souls of billions of creatures in the depths of the chaotic void. The reason why this primitive ancient snake talisman is so heavy is because it carries the thoughts of billions of lives. If anyone wants to take away this talisman, it is equivalent to carrying the thoughts of billions of lives. As you can imagine what a terrible burden this is. There is a saying in later generations that 1,000 people can point to nothing and die without any disease. This is the fear of human words and the terror of the power of faith. Then the thought of billions of lives, that is a weight that cannot be borne. Not to mention ordinary lives, even the devil cannot bear the burden of these billions of lives. If it is placed on the shoulders even slightly, it will probably be suppressed to the point of being unable to move, or even the body will be shattered. This magic weapon is incredible. Furukawa was also a little surprised. Although this primitive ancient snake talisman is not powerful at the moment and cannot compare with those chaos treasures, as time goes by, the endless power of faith corrodes and refines it. Sooner or later, it surpasses the current treasure of chaos and becomes an unimaginable magic weapon. This is the weapon of faith. It uses the thoughts of all living beings as the supreme treasure to temper. You can imagine its tyranny. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 173. I didn't expect to refine such a valuable treasure just after I came out of seclusion. Furukawa smiled slightly. With a wave of his hand, he put away the primitive ancient snake talisman and hid it in the depths of his consciousness. The primitive ancient snake talisman was still devouring all the information transmitted from the depths of the chaotic void. The power of faith. These huge powers of faith are also slowly tempering this primitive ancient snake talisman. To be honest, he does not need to use the power of faith to practice. The light of merit alone is enough for him to swallow and digest it for a period of time. And the power of faith has other wonderful uses, such as comprehending the Great Road, refining treasures, etc. Since the mechanical tribe can bring such a huge power of faith, it seems that the development of the mechanical tribe during this period of seclusion is no small matter. Furukawa's consciousness suddenly moved. He immediately communicated with the machine clan's Ji Now Zero, trying to get what happened during this time from Ji Now Zero. Father God, are you out of seclusion? Lu was overjoyed when he sensed Furukawa's thoughts and conveyed the joyful emotion. Well, I'm out of seclusion. What happened during this time?
Furukawa asked.
The thing is like this. After hearing Furukawa's question, Zero didn't waste any time and immediately transferred the data he collected during this period to Furukawa. This data was so huge that it was terrifying, coming in like a sea. An ordinary demon would not be able to withstand such a huge flow of data. It is estimated that you will be overwhelmed by these huge data flows in an instant and become an idiot. But what a demonic god Furukawa is. He controls 108 avenues and elevates the Chaos Bagua technique to the realm of avenues. These data are nothing to him. In an instant, he received the huge amount of data transmitted by Zero, which seemed to be what it had done over the years. Furukawa's eyes flashed, and he was a little surprised in his heart. He didn't expect that the development of the mechanical clan in recent years seemed to far exceed his imagination. First of all, the number of the mechanical clan has exceeded billions. If it were not for the Chaos chip, due to the restrictions, I am afraid that the number of the mechanical race will be more than 1,000 times more than it is now. And the robots of the mechanical race are also divided into various types of robots. For example, life-type robots. Among them there are robots that collect garbage and those that clean. Robots, resource recycling robots, waiter robots, nanny robots, transportation robots, etc. Basically, for everything that can be replaced by robots in life, there are corresponding types of robots. Furukawa's spiritual consciousness swept over the entire Chaos City in an instant. He also found that the entire Chaos City was filled with various robots, and they had even integrated into the lives of the demon gods. Many demon gods seem to have hired various robots. Various robots come to serve themselves. Various mechanical vehicles have also appeared on the streets. This is simply like the mechanical world of the future. Various mechanical architectural styles are built everywhere. In addition to the type of life in addition to robots, there are also auxiliary robots such as maintenance robots, construction robots, medical robots, exploration robots, intelligence robots, etc. There are also research robots. These robots are scientists of the mechanical family, assisting in the research of the machine tribe has a variety of technologies, including biotechnology, genetic technology, medical technology, weapon technology, physical technology, etc. What interests Furukawa more is that the machine tribe seems to have developed space jumping technology, which can be used in one go jumping a distance of 100,000 light-years. Even if the chaotic world is very far away, you can reach extremely remote places by jumping tens of thousands of times, which saves a lot of time on the road. There is also space storage technology, which seems to be made by the machine race. There are countless space rings, space warehouses, etc., reaching the realm of mustard seeds. Even biotechnology has been greatly developed, such as gene potions, etc., which can enhance the strength of living individuals and energy liquids, etc., instantly restore injuries to flesh and blood, and even soul injuries. It can be said that these research-type robots have developed astonishing technology. Finally, there are combat-type robots, which is what Furukawa is most concerned about. After all, whether a race is strong or not, the most important thing is force. Especially in a cruel world of chaos, you can't protect yourself without enough force. Interesting. Furukawa touched his chin. He could see from Zero's information that the machine tribe had already produced countless battleships at this time. These battleships were equipped with various energy cannons and were engraved with dense patterns. Chaos runes and forbidden formations can exert extraordinary destructive power. If millions of warships gather together, they can even rival the demon god who controls a highway. Of course, the stronger demon god machine clan has no way to deal with it. After all, they are still far behind the Taoist demon god. There is a huge difference between the Taoist demon god and the unjust demon god. Of course, in addition to battleships, there are also liquid combat robots, which have the strongest single-body capabilities. Compared to quasi-sages, the weakest ones also have immortal-level combat power. Even single robots can be integrated with battleships to burst out extraordinary combat power. It can be said that the mechanical race at this moment has become a complete race, giving birth to an extremely brilliant civilization. At this moment, the entire Chaos City and even every corner of the Chaos world have bases of the Machine Tribe. Wherever there is land, the Machine Tribe will appear. Father God, in addition to the technology of the Machine Tribe, we also collected a large amount of information about the Chaos Demon God and wrote an illustrated book of information about the Chaos Demon God. Zero said, "Well done." Furukawa is very satisfied. To be honest, he has wanted to do something similar for a long time. He wants to record all the demon gods born in chaos, but this matter is too difficult and requires a lot of time and energy. He is usually comprehending according to the laws of the Great Road. There is no time to do these things. But he did not expect that this thing was done by the Machine Clan. But it is natural that this thing can be done. After all, the monitoring robots of the Machine Clan are everywhere and are always there. Scan many Chaos Demon Gods and check their various information. After hundreds of years of intelligence collection, the machine tribe has finally obtained the complete information of many chaos demon gods. Of course, there are also detailed information about those demon gods who have attained enlightenment and a small number of demon gods. Except for the lack of information, basically most of the chaos demon gods have been recorded in this information illustration. It seems that the chaotic world will be divided into two sides in the future. One is the technology side, and the other is the cultivation side. So, which one is the strongest? Furukawa is very interested in this matter. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 174. However, in addition to the mechanical race, it seems that other races have also been born in the chaotic world. Furukawa just scanned the entire Chaos City with his consciousness. He also discovered that there are not only chaos demon gods and machine races in Chaos City, but also other races. His consciousness scan alone detected tens of thousands of different races, which surprised him. He didn't expect that so many different races would appear in such a long time. So that's it. Is this all my fault? Furukawa calculated using the Chaos Bagua technique deep in the sea of consciousness, and he immediately knew what was going on. It turned out that it was his actions that led to such a series of changes. Originally, those chaos demon gods did not create races. The idea, they didn't even have this idea. It's like without what inventing the steam engine, who could have imagined that there would be such a thing as a steam engine before? The same reason. Before Furukawa created the mechanical race, other demon gods did not think that they would also it can create living races, and creating living races has so many benefits for them. It was precisely because of Furukawa's behavior that the butterfly effect occurred, allowing other demon gods to learn from it, and thus a large number of races were born. Angel Tribe, Titan Tribe, Storm Giant Tribe, Ice Tribe, Water Tribe, Thunder Tribe, Rock Giant Tribe. To be honest, Furukawa was extremely amazed when he sensed that so many races appeared in Chaos City. The chaotic world that was originally extremely lonely was now extremely lively because of his appearance, and powerful races of gods were born one after another. Under his perception, angels appeared in Chaos City. They exuded holy light, and they were filled with holy light when they walked, communicating with other races. The Titans were naked, showing their strong muscles and showing their tyrannical fighting power. The Ice Tribe's beings seemed to be emitting a terrible cold air as they walked, and the ground was frozen. Crackling lightning also appeared on the beings of the Thunder Tribe, and from time to time, electric current was transmitted to the void, sparks flashing out. The Rock Giant looks dull, but once it gets angry, it seems to be able to burst out with devastating power. The dwarves are walking around with giant hammers. Although they are small, their strength is not small at all. These races created by the major gods have come to live in Chaos City at this moment, and they seem to be trading the items that each other needs. This has also made Chaos City more prosperous and lively than ever before. To be honest, there is a scene of prosperity among all races in Chaos City at this moment. However, these races are not very harmonious with each other, and there is even a sense of hostility. After all, they are also competitors in the chaotic world and must compete for a large amount of resources. In this way, each other's races will fight each other, and only if they can get along well with each other will there be ghosts. But the most lively place in Chaos City is not these streets, but the Giant Axe Arena. After so many years of development, the Giant Axe Arena has long become the busiest place in Chaos City. After all, this place is the only place in Chaos City where you can fight. It is conceivable how much this place attracts the attention of the demon gods. Any demon god who cannot control the blood boiling of the demon god in his heart will come here to have a fight. This also makes the Great Axe Arena extremely lively. Not only the Chaos Demon God, but also the major races created will come to the Great Axe Arena to fight and compete with each other. Even because of various irreconcilable conflicts, the two sides fought a life-and-death duel in the Giant Axe Arena. As the master of the Giant Axe Arena, Penguin naturally became stronger. There were countless demon gods, large and small, gathered around him, including many Taoist demon gods. Obviously, Pengu has become the master of a big force. Even if this is not Panga's original intention, the weak will always gather around the strong, either to learn something or for protection. And this will naturally form a superforce. Furukawa blinked, and he sensed that Pangu seemed to be leading a group of muscular men to exercise in a dojo in the giant axe arena, either running, lifting weights, doing push-ups, or fighting. After you use this ability once, this ability will also disappear and be returned to the original owner. Description: It's a wonderful trick, I'll carry it forward for you. Ability 2. Can steal any magic weapon from the enemy. The probability is random. Even if the magic weapon has been completely refined, the connection will be broken instantly, and no creature can resist it. Description: the magic weapon is my magic weapon. Ability 3. Void concealment. Except for you, no one can see the sky-stealing gourd unless he is willing. It turned out to be a thief's magic weapon.
Furukawa suddenly realized.
What a thief! You're the thief. Your whole family is a thief. I am borrowing, do you understand? It's just that it's returned later. The sky-stealing gourd jumped in anger and even bumped into Furukawa. Unfortunately, it was too weak and could not cause any harm to Furukawa. Hearing this, Furukawa was speechless and couldn't help but twitching at the corner of his mouth. This is called being late. Do you want to pay it back at all? That means you have no plans to pay it back at all. You plan to borrow it until you grow old. But although this ability is a bit shameless, to a certain extent, this ability is also extremely defiant, and it can be compared with yourself. The wish compass on the body is compared. The primitive ancient snake. Chapter 177. Fellow Taoist Pangu, where did you get this magic weapon? Furukawa asked curiously. He had never heard that Pangu had such a magic weapon. Here's the thing. Pangu said, I left Chaos City before and wanted to travel. Unexpectedly, I met a bold chaos demon god who dared to attack me. He even wanted to steal the sky-opening axe from me. At the same time, he also wanted to steal this magic weapon. Walking is an ability in me. It's a pity that I don't know any magical powers at all, and they can't steal my own power. As a result, when I got angry, I punched the opponent to death, and then left this magic weapon for me to obtain. But this magic weapon is very useless to me, and it doesn't have much use, so I just want to use it as waste, hoping to exchange it for something good. He showed an honest look on his face. Silly man, you are the waste. You are the waste. Hearing this, the sky-stealing gourd was so angry that he flew around Pangu and even tried to spit on Pangu. But Furukawa finally understood the process of Pangu's treasure acquisition. The demon god holding the sky-stealing gourd must have seen it. When it came to Pangu, there were actually 4 chaos treasures on his body. Furukawa had already returned them to Pangu before creating the jade disc. He was immediately overjoyed and wanted to steal the chaos treasures from Pangu. But where did the other party want to get it? Pangu discovered it. After all, Pangu's sixth sense was so powerful that even if Furukawa eliminated his sense of existence, he might be noticed by Pangu. Not to mention the unknown demon god. After being discovered, the unknown demon god would want to steal Pangu's abilities as a countermeasure. After all, it has done similar things many times. Even if it is discovered by the enemy, then just borrow the 3 strongest magical powers from the enemy and learn from the barbarians to control them. It can escape easily and become invincible. But the unknown demon god never imagined that Pangu would be so cruel. This guy is a demon god with a head full of muscles, and he has nothing but strength. Even if he steals the sky, gourd couldn't steal Pangu's abilities, because Pangu didn't have them at all. This was simply the sky gourd's biggest nemesis. Just like a thief encountering a pauper, it's hard for a clever woman to make a living without rice. The results can be imagined. Knowing that, Pangu, the violent demon god second only to Furukawa, was angered. The unknown demon god was killed with 1 punch. He couldn't even struggle. His whole body turned into a ball of flesh and blood, and his soul collapsed. At that time, the chaotic void was only the treasure of the sky-stealing gourd was left. Then Pangu thought that the sky-stealing gourd was interesting, so he caught it. However, as a muscular man, he naturally did not like this kind of treasure. What he liked was the kind of violent deconstruction of everything. The magic weapon, such as the Kytion God Axe, can kill the enemy with one blow. If you need to steal other people's abilities, isn't it unnecessary to take off your pants and fart? So Panga took out this magic weapon and wanted to trade with Furukawa. It was considered a waste. Make use of it. I see. Furukawa has finally understood what happened. This unknown demon god is unlucky to have met such an unreasonable demon god like Pangu. It is simply a matter of a scholar meeting a soldier who has no reason to explain. If he meets himself with the ability to steal the gourd, he might be able to compete with him a few times. But he has too many magical powers and spells. Even if he steals 3 of his own magical powers, he probably won't be able to do anything to him at all.
Cool.
This is the advantage of having many trump cards, so that you will not be ripped off by the enemy all at once. Of course, in addition to yourself and Pangu, the unknown demon god can still run rampant in chaos. Unfortunately, it is still dead. It can only be said that it is unlucky. This is what you call walking by the river without getting your shoes wet. Stupid, stupid, stupid. The sky-stealing gourd flew around Panga's head, constantly sticking out its tongue and spitting. It seemed that after getting the support of its master Furukawa, it became a lot more courageous. Before, it was bullied very much by this devil, with a brain full of muscles. It's miserable. He gets beaten up at every turn. He doesn't regard it as a great chaos treasure. He doesn't respect himself at all. It's so abominable. Fellow Taoist Furukawa, can I give it a beating? It seems that it still lacks some education. Don't worry, I will be gentler. Panga bared his teeth. Just take it easy, silly big guy. I'm not afraid of you. Stealing Sky Gourd let out a frightened cry and fled thousands of miles away in an instant, but he still had a tough mouth and stuck out his tongue. Okay, you go back first. Furukawa had no choice but to grab it with his big hand and instantly grabbed the sky-stealing gourd into the space of the chaos bead. I believe that with the chaos bead suppressing it, this naughty little guy will not run around everywhere. Finally sending away this noisy guy, the whole world became quiet. Panga seemed relieved and looked happy. It seemed that sending away this naughty little guy had solved a lot of his troubles. After all, this little guy yelled all day long and liked to spit around his head. Who would suffer?
Come on.
And by giving away this useless magic weapon, you can also let Furukawa do things for you. This is simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. By the way, what kind of trial site do you want to build? Furukawa asked, so-called taking people's money to eliminate disasters for others, and this sky-stealing gourd is an incredible magic weapon of chaos. After receiving such great benefits, he will naturally do his best. My request is very simple. Let those bastards doubt their life after entering, but they can't die. In short, it would be best if they are in the near-death range. Panga showed his dazzling white teeth, which were as dazzling as an angel. A group of demon gods who were locked in a fierce battle in the distance shivered for no reason. It seemed that his boss was thinking of some terrible things to torture himself, and his future prospects dim. I see. This needs to be thought about carefully. Furukawa nodded. He continued to deduce the Chaos Bagua technique deep in the sea of consciousness. In just 1 second, he seemed to deduce billions of design plans. I don't rush, I take my time and think. As long as I do it perfectly, it's best. Pangu waved his hands, looking indifferent. Anyway, the devil doesn't have much, but he has too much time and can't use it up. No, I've already thought about it. Furukawa raised his head, his eyes revealed a glimmer of light, and an endless flow of data flashed from the depths of his pupils, as if endless messages were flowing in the depths of the sea of consciousness. So fast. Pangu was surprised when he heard this. It's just pediatrics, this is already considered too slow. Furukawa waved his hand. Oh, then I wonder what kind of trial site you plan to build? Pangu asked curiously. I will build a tower of trials called the Tower of Chaos. Furukawa smiled slightly and looked at Pangu. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 178. 100,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. The group of demon gods in the giant axe arena spent all their strength, but still couldn't defeat any of the puppet shadows. There was no way. These puppet shadows were too powerful. Not only are their powers and magic weapons exactly the same as those of these demon gods, but they also have supercomputing power. Even as these demon gods progress, they are also improving. If you want to defeat these puppet shadows, you need to exceed the limits of their computing power. Unfortunately, none of them can exceed their limits. But even so, after 100,000 years of fighting, their combat effectiveness has still improved by leaps and bounds. They are much stronger than before, and they have simply been improved in all aspects. At this moment, Furukawa's process of refining the Chaos Tower has almost come to an end. Rumble. In an instant, near the giant axe arena, a black tower rose from the ground, towering into the clouds, extremely majestic, and seemed to have turned into the tallest building in Chaos City. It exceeds 10,000 light-years in diameter, is engraved with dense chaos runes, and is filled with an aura of terror. There are at least 180 million restricted formations on the surface of the tower, and these forbidden formations are intertwined with each other, forming a terrifying attack power and defense power. It seems that the moment this black tower appears, it can suppress chaos and stop time and space. The moment it appeared, the entire Chaos City was shaken. Endless forbidden light flashed, seemingly achieving the power of absolute forbidden air. No demon could fly near this tower and could only walk on the ground.
Wow.
With the Chaos Tower as the center, a vortex of chaotic energy seems to be formed, constantly swallowing up the huge energy of the Chaos Void and crazily injecting it into the interior of the Chaos Tower. Even this Chaos Tower and Chaos City merged into one, regardless of each other, and became a part of it. What happened? In the end, what happened? At this time, many chaos demon gods immediately discovered such earth-shattering chaos phenomena. After all, such chaos phenomena were so big that not even a fool could detect them. It's a tower, a tall tower rising from the ground. A demon god pointed at a tall black tower in front of Chaos City. This was an unprecedented sight in Chaos City. Standing in the middle of Chaos City, it was so majestic and towering into the clouds that it seemed like there was no end in sight. Such a powerful giant tower. I can feel the power of the infinite forbidden formation it contains, and it seems to have the supreme power to suppress the chaos of time and space. Many demon gods were shocked again and again. They felt the terrifying power emanating from the depths of the Chaos Tower. It seemed that wisps of chaotic airflow could collapse the sky and shatter the vacuum if they fell casually. In front of this huge tower, I simply can't breathe. The Lord of Chaos City must be the handiwork of the Lord of Chaos City. Did the Lord of Chaos City do something earth-shattering again? Many demon gods immediately thought of the Chaos City Lord, because the only demon god who could do such a thing in Chaos City was the Chaos City Lord, and other demon gods were not qualified. At the same time, each of the demon gods couldn't help but get excited, because the Chaos City Lord had done something before. None of the series of events is earth-shattering. For example, the giant axe arena has become the most lively place in the entire chaos. Countless demons and even countless beings come to the giant axe arena to fight and compete in life and death contests. Every battle has almost become a grand ceremony in Chaos City. There is also the Chaos Library. This famous place has become a holy place in the hearts of countless demon gods. It contains countless magical powers, cultivation methods, and even the great Tao scripture. If they have enough money, I'm afraid they can exchange everything in it. Now there is a towering tower. According to the methods of the Lord of Chaos City, this must be an incredible building, and it will definitely have a profound impact on the future of Chaos City. But they still don't know exactly what this giant black tower does. At this moment, under the Chaos Tower, Pengu and Furukawa stood side by side. Is this Chaos Tower the trial site that took 100,000 years to build? Pengu asked curiously. That's right. Furukawa nodded. The materials for building this Chaos Tower are made of the materials you gave me, such as the Stone of Life, the Stone of Soul, the Stone of Fetish, the Stone of Sky Crystal, the Chaos Stone Essence, etc. It has a total of 129,600 floors. The area of each floor of the tower is equivalent to dozens or hundreds of worlds. The tower contains hundreds of millions of worlds. If you enter the tower, you will immediately encounter countless demon gods or powerful beings from all major races. Only by defeating these opponents can you enter the world of the next level of the tower. In the world inside the Chaos Tower, the lowest level is the weakest and the highest level is the strongest. As the world in the tower continues to rise, the monsters that besiege the trialists will become stronger and stronger. If you want to reach the world in the tower with 1,000 floors, you must control one avenue and become the demon god of Tao. If you want to reach the world of the tower with 10,000 floors, you must control 49 avenues and become the demon god of harmony. Of course, if anyone can stand on the top of the Chaos Tower, he or she must control 108 avenues and become a demon god who can open the sky. He may be able to surpass me. He explained the structure of the Chaos Tower and various information. As long as you climb to the top of the Chaos Tower, can you surpass fellow Taoist Furukawa? Hearing this, Pengu's eyes suddenly lit up, and he seemed a little eager to try. That's right, once you get to the top of the Chaos Tower. Furukawa smiled slightly. This Chaos Tower can be regarded as his crystallization so far. It was created by using the crystallization of countless magical powers. It is the limit of his current cultivation. In fact, the monsters in the world of each layer of the tower are all it is composed of his magical powers one after another, from weak to strong. Moreover, each magical power is immortal. Even if it is broken by the tester, it will be refreshed again in the early morning of the next day. These magical powers will be refreshed again in the early morning of the next day. They will also be resurrected. Therefore, no matter how hard these trialists fight, it is impossible to exterminate all the monsters in the tower. At the same time, these monsters condensed by magical powers are all based on the demon information provided to him by Furukawa. The chaos of all races, the information is condensed. So they are actually similar to the demon gods in the chaotic world, and even more powerful to a certain extent. Fighting them is probably no different from fighting real demon gods. If a demon god can reach the top, then he will face Furukawa's strongest magical power, which is equivalent to fighting a clone of Furukawa. Therefore, Furukawa said that if a demon can climb to the top of the Chaos Tower, it will be equivalent to defeating him. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 179. If so, is there any danger inside? After all, this is just a trial, not a life and death fight.
Pengu asked.
He just wanted to build a trial place to facilitate those demon gods to fight and cultivate rich combat experience, but he didn't want them to die accidentally, which also violated the original intention. This doesn't matter. Furukawa waved his hand. I added a magical power to it, the Great Life Technique. It comes from the law of the Avenue of Life and contains endless vitality. If anyone is killed in the Chaos Tower, it will instill enough vitality into the trialist when he is about to die, temporarily suspending the opponent's life, and he will still have one breath to live, and will not die. In order to ensure that the tester survives, I also added a large barrier technique to protect the tester at the moment when he is on the verge of death. No force can harm the tester. That is absolute defense. Any attack force that can harm the trialist will be offset or even rebounded under the protection of the Great Barrier Technique, preventing the trialist from falling into a fatal crisis. I even added the Great Teleportation Technique. If the trialist falls into a fatal crisis, the enemy will be instantly moved away from the trial area of the Chaos Tower and teleported to a safe area. He said that he has prepared many protective measures. As expected of fellow Taoist Furukawa, he is so thoughtful. Hearing these words, Pengu gave a thumbs up and was immediately filled with admiration. If it were him, he would never have thought of such a thing and would never be able to build such a trial place. However, there is one thing to note. Although you will not die in the Chaos Tower trial, serious injuries are inevitable. Don't think that you can do whatever you want in the Chaos Tower, because you will not die. Furukawa said. Although he has set up spells in the Chaos Tower that will not kill the tester, it will cause the tester to be seriously injured, and sometimes he may suffer injuries that may not recover for a long time. Therefore, the Chaos Tower is still an extremely dangerous place. Don't worry, I will remind those bastards of this. Pangu patted his chest and said loudly, "As long as you are satisfied, but how do you plan to use it?" Furukawa smiled slightly. Such an interesting part is, of course, letting all the Chaos Demon Gods join into play. I don't know how many floors of the Chaos Tower those bastards can climb to. Pangu chuckled, seemingly excited. Not long after, the news from the Chaos Tower swept through the entire Chaos City like a strong wind, and was known to countless demon gods and life forms of many races.
What?
The Lord of Chaos City created the Chaos Tower, and any demon god can climb it to verify his strength. A demon god was shocked after hearing the whole news. Not only is it as simple as being able to verify one's own strength, but even if you enter and fight for life and death, you won't die. How can you hold on to your last breath? This is simply the best place for testing. Many demon gods are extremely excited. To be honest, of course they also want to increase their combat experience. The problem is that every battle between demon gods is a life and death struggle, and only those who survive are truly strong. Therefore, many weak demon gods do not dare to fight other powerful demon gods and hide in Chaos City. But the more they hide, the less combat experience they have, and the weaker they become. This becomes a vicious cycle. But now it is different. The Lord of Chaos City actually created building such a trial tower can not only increase combat experience, but also make oneself immortal. Is there any better training place than this? It's really great. With a place like this, I can verify what I have learned and know how strong I am. Many demon gods clench their fists. The most difficult thing for them is not knowing how strong they are. After all, there is no way to compare them, but it is different now. With the Chaos Tower as a comparison, they can know your own strength clearly. There is no doubt that the higher you can climb the Chaos Tower, the stronger your strength will naturally be. And I heard that the Chaos Tower has a total of 129,600 floors. If any demon god can climb to the highest floor, he can rival or even defeat the Lord of Chaos City. A demon god broke the news and told an earth-shattering news. What? When these words came out, it was simply earth-shattering. It caused huge waves among many demon gods. It was simply a huge wave and an unimaginable storm. You must know that the Lord of Chaos City is what kind of person is he? Apart from many titles, there is only one title that is universally recognized, and that is the strongest demon god in chaos. The title of the strongest is heavy, and it makes countless demon gods convinced. But all demon gods are also curious. The Lord of Chaos City, how powerful is he, and how far is the gap between him and the Lord of Chaos City? Not only the weak demon gods want to know this matter, but even the powerful gods want to know. Now there is news that as long as he can reach the highest level of the Chaos Tower, can rival the Lord of Chaos City. This is such amazing news. It simply makes countless demon gods boil. Are you kidding me? Can I rival the Lord of Chaos City if I climb to the top of the Chaos Tower? You demon god swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He was not joking. This sentence was said by the Lord of Chaos City himself and has been verified. A demon god next to him said swornly. Furthermore, Pangu, the Deputy City Lord of Chaos City and the owner of the Giant Axe Arena, has now entered the Chaos Tower for the first time and plans to challenge the top of the Chaos Tower. Even Master Pangu actually entered the Chaos Tower and wanted to challenge the trial of the Chaos Tower. It seems that this thing is true. Many demon gods have long been aware of Pangu. After all, the Giant Axe Arena has been present in Chaos City for so many years. None of them knows that Pangu, a violent man, is definitely the second most powerful demon god under the Lord of Chaos City. Even Pangu is aware of this. The matter is very exciting. One can imagine the authenticity of this matter. It's not just Pangu, the Lord of Light, the Lord of Storms, the Lord of the Furnace, the Lord of Ice, and other powerful gods also set out personally after hearing the news, planning to challenge the Chaos Tower. The Chaos Demon God told another shocking news, indicating that even these powerful gods had personally taken action. The surrounding demon gods took a breath. This incident definitely shook the Chaos world and actually caused so many people. It was really shocking that the gods took action. What are you waiting for? Go in immediately and try your skills. I don't know how high I can reach. Let's go and try the Chaos Tower. Many demon gods are extremely fanatical. They all want to enter the Chaos Tower to test their abilities and see how big the gap is between themselves and the Lord of Chaos City. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 180. 10,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. During this period of time, countless demon gods and countless beings went to the Chaos Tower, wanting to test how powerful they were so that they could have a clear understanding of themselves. Of course, in such an attempt, they suffered an unprecedented defeat and a loss of confidence. No way, I actually only climbed to the 800th floor of the Chaos Tower. I am a demon god who is about to become enlightened. Isn't it true that a demon god who is enlightened can climb 1,000 floors? There is a quasi-saint perfect demon god who has a little collapse. It used to think that it was at least one of the best quasi-sage perfect demon gods. But now, it just climbed up the 800-story Chaos Tower and was trapped inside. The monster was killed and teleported out, which made it a bit unacceptable. Who do you think I am? I am a demon god who has attained Taoism soon, but I have only climbed up to the 700th floor of the Chaos Tower. Wouldn't that make me even worse? The face of the other quasi-sage perfect demon god turned green, and his confidence was severely frustrated. Before the Chaos Tower came out, they did not have a clear understanding of themselves, and they were complacent, thinking that they were at least the best in quasi-sage perfection. But now, the cruel facts have hit them hard. They are just dregs that have not even climbed up to the 800th floor. They're still far from being the strongest quasi-sages. There is no way. The trial in the Chaos Tower is too difficult. The monsters inside are simply endless, and each monster has self-awareness and can even form a legion. How do you fight this? If an unqualified demon god wants to reach the 900th floor of the Chaos Tower, his combat power must at least be dozens of times higher than that of the same level. A demon god said in a deep voice. No way, what a joke, surpassing the same level dozens of times. Is this something a demon can do? The faces of many demon gods turned green. Although there is a difference in qualifications between demon gods and demon gods, the difference is not dozens of times. At most, it is a few times. If you want to surpass the combat power of the same level by dozens of times, what is the difference? What a terrifying demon god. By the way, I wonder which floor those powerful gods can climb to in the Chaos Tower? Some demon gods are more curious about the strength levels of those powerful gods. Don't talk about it, it's pretty good for us, but for powerful gods, they hit harder. It is said that the strongest Lord of Light only climbed to the 5,000th floor of the Chaos Tower, and he doesn't know how far he is from the 10,000th floor. Woolen cloth. A demon god sighed with emotion. Are you kidding me? The Lord of Light is one of the most powerful beings among the gods. He actually only climbed to the 5,000-story Chaos Tower, not even the 10,000-story Chaos Tower. Is this true or false? Some demons took a breath and couldn't help but widen their eyes. This incident is of course true. There were many demon gods present at the time. They witnessed it with their own eyes. It is said that when the Lord of Light walked out of the Chaos Tower, his heart was filled with despair. It really made those who heard it cry, and those who saw it were sad. Can you not feel despair? There are a total of 129,600 floors in the Chaos Tower. Didn't you even climb up a fraction of it? Just stay at the bottom? Many demon gods were stunned and couldn't believe the news. Haha, the Lord of Light has climbed high enough. It is said that the Lord of the Furnace only climbed to the 4,000th floor, the Lord of the Storm only climbed to the 3,900th floor, the Lord of Titans only climbed to the 4,300th floor, etc. Other gods can only climb to about 3,000 floors at most, not to mention some weak gods. They just wander up and down the 1,000th floor and cannot climb up at all. A demon god chuckled and broke earth-shattering news, telling the rankings of other gods. Terrible. Hearing these words, a demon trembled all over and kept trembling. Before, I thought that even if the gods like the Lord of Light were different from the Lord of Chaos City, they wouldn't be too far apart. Now that I look at it, the difference is simply boundless. A Chaos Tower only has 129,600 floors. Even the Lord of Light only climbed up to 5,000 floors of the Chaos Tower. How could the gap between the two be so huge? Some demon gods turned pale, and their hearts were extremely heavy. Sometimes it was better not to know the gap than to know it, because if they didn't know, they could still maintain courage deep in their hearts. If they knew these gaps, they would not even have the courage in their hearts, and they would lose it. It's almost exhausted. This is so huge that it's so desperate. How can we catch up with it? Could it be that there is no demon god who can get a little closer to the Lord of Chaos City? A chaos demon god said tremblingly. Even the Lord of Light has only climbed up to the 5,000-story Chaos Tower, let alone the other demons. As for the Lord of Darkness, it is said that its strength is also extraordinary, but it did not participate this time. Can it do it? No matter what, its strength is only about the same as that of the Lord of Light. Can it still make a huge difference? It seems that the Chaos City Lord is still too powerful, and the gap is so desperate. Many demon gods discussed one after another. No, it is not that there are no demons approaching the Chaos City Lord. For example, Pangu, the deputy city owner of Chaos City, surpassed the Lord of Light by climbing to more floors in the Chaos Tower. A demon god said mysteriously, "What? There is also this kind of thing. Which floor of the Chaos Tower have you climbed to, the 7,000th floor or the 8,000th floor?" Some demons couldn't help but ask, "What about 7,000 floors or 8,000 floors?" I really underestimated the owner of the giant axe arena. He climbed to the 121,100th floor of the Chaos Tower and was still a few thousand floors away from reaching the top. A demon god next to him said proudly,
"What?"
As soon as these words came out, many demon saints were shocked. The other demon gods could only climb to the 5,000th floor of the Chaos Tower, but Pangu climbed to the 121,100th floor. This is too exaggerated. To be honest, they also know that the Deputy City Lord of Chaos City, the owner of the giant axe arena, is the second strongest man in Chaos, and has fought with the Lord of Chaos City for 100,000 years. But they don't think that Pangu could actually climb the 121,100th floor of the Chaos Tower. Is Master Pangu so powerful? A demon god said in shock. Just kidding, if he wasn't powerful, how could he let the Lord of Chaos City personally invite Master Pangu to join Chaos City and become the Deputy City Lord? One can imagine his strength. The two most powerful demon gods of chaos are gathered in Chaos City. It's really terrifying. The gap between the demon gods in the first echelon and the second echelon is so far that it is unimaginable. I didn't expect Master Pangu's strength to be so terrifying. It's really shocking. It would be great if Master Pangu could give me some pointers. Many demon gods started talking about it, and immediately started an uproar, and more demon gods joined the giant axe arena. They were all swarming in, wanting to worship Pangu as their master. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 181. At this moment, another place in the chaotic world is the Dark City, the home of the Lord of Darkness and the Lord of Inner Demons. How about it? How is it going secretly to Chaos City and climbing the Chaos Tower this time? The Lord of Inner Demons asked. It knew that the Lord of Darkness had also sneaked into Chaos City this time and wanted to try to climb the Chaos Tower and test his skills, but his actions were not known to any demons. Not even other powerful demons.
No.
6,000 floors. I just climbed the 6,000 floors of the Chaos Tower. The Lord of Darkness clenched his fists, and his whole body was trembling. Although the level of the Chaos Tower it climbed was higher than that of the Lord of Light, it was not happy at all. It just felt endless frustration, because the gap was too big. The entire chaos the tower has 129,600 floors, and it only climbed to the 6,000th floor of the Chaos Tower before retreating. This is simply a shame for the arrogant Lord of Darkness. It originally thought that it had cultivated after so many years. I should be able to get a little closer to the back of the Chaos City Lord, but now I see that it is still just a slightly larger ant. 6,000 floors? The heart of the Lord of Inner Demons was also severely twitched. It naturally had a little understanding of the strength of the Chaos City Lord, but it did not expect that the gap would be so big. And as far as I know, Pengu, the Deputy City Lord of Chaos City, has climbed to the 121,100th floor of the Chaos Tower. The Lord of Darkness said in a deep voice, his face extremely gloomy.
What?
Even a being as deep-minded as the Lord of Inner Demons almost couldn't help shouting when he heard such news. If it were just the Lord of Chaos City who was so superior, that way they can still be comforted, but the Chaos City Lord is a special case. But this is not the case. The Chaos City Deputy City Lord Pengu actually climbed to the 121,100th floor, even if he did not reach the top of the Chaos Tower. This is also extremely astonishing data. Especially for the Lord of Darkness, it has the most say when it ascends to the Chaos Tower. Facing the endless trial monsters with endless abilities, it simply cannot resist it. Only then did it ascend the 6,000-story Chaos Tower, was instantly killed and repulsed. If there was no such safety mechanism, I am afraid that its Lord of Darkness would have died long ago. The despair of being on the verge of death makes it tremble now, and it is difficult to forgetting. This is the fear of death. I didn't expect that even Pengu could be so tyrannical, and I didn't know how many avenues they controlled. The Lord of Inner Demons is constantly churning in his heart. We don't know, but it will definitely surpass our imagination. It seems that we have no hope of surpassing the Lord of Chaos City. The Lord of Darkness is a little desperate now. Madness. The Lord of the Inner Demons sneered. Although the Lord of Chaos City is extremely powerful at the moment, it is not impossible to surpass him. How to say? Hearing this, the Lord of Darkness immediately awakened his energy. Do you know how many demon gods there are now? The Lord of Inner Demons asked. The Lord of Darkness thought about it carefully. I haven't counted this carefully, but roughly there are at least 50,000 or 60,000 demon gods, which is a huge difference from before the beginning. Before the Lord of Chaos City gave a sermon, there was no enlightened demon god. The quasi-saint level demon gods were all overlords. The cultivation of each demon god was extremely difficult. But after he opened the altar and preached, the demon gods who attained enlightenment were like crucian carp crossing the river. They appeared one after another. A total of 50,000 to 60,000 demon gods appeared. The number was so frightening that it seemed that the demon gods were worthless. Of course, even if they had achieved enlightenment, most of them the demon god only controls 1 or 2 avenues, which is not worth mentioning at all. That's right, this is our biggest opportunity. Until today, you may have forgotten what is the fastest way for us demon gods to practice. The Lord of the Inner Demons said quietly. You mean the devouring demon god? Hearing this, the Lord of Darkness's eyes showed a terrifying light, and he was suddenly awakened by the Lord of Inner Demons. That's right, devouring the same kind, devouring demons, and preying on the weak is the fastest way for our demons to increase their strength. The Lord of the Inner Demons roared angrily. It's just that since the appearance of the Chaos City Lord, he has completely changed everything, taming our demon gods into orderly sheep, making us demon gods forget about killing and blood, and even forget to devour the same kind. It is the most authentic method of cultivation for our demon god. As long as you can swallow a Tao demon god, you can gain the other person's lifelong cultivation and the laws of the Tao that the other party controls. You don't know how much practice time you can save. Is there any better and faster way to practice than this in the world? Just think about it. Even if there is a huge gap between us and the Lord of Chaos City, as long as we devour hundreds of Tao demon gods, how high will our cultivation level be? Even if a demon god controls 1 avenue, We have devoured so many demon gods, and we don't know how many avenues we can control. If we can swallow all these 60,000 demon gods, our strength will definitely surpass the Lord of Chaos City in one fell swoop and reach an unprecedented level. Its eyes showed an extremely fanatical look. But killing so many demon gods is not that simple, especially the Dao Dao demon gods. Even if they only master one avenue, their ability to escape is extremely strong. The Lord of Darkness was moved, but he was still more cautious. Of course, the most important thing is that we cannot kill the devil casually, otherwise we will definitely be attacked by a group, and we must be famous. If we make too big a fuss, the Lord of Chaos City may stop us. In this case, our plans will be exposed and we may even be killed. It is still very afraid of the intervention of the Chaos City Lord. To be honest, in the chaotic world at this moment, if it were not for the shock of the Chaos City Lord, the demon gods would have started a war long ago. A famous teacher? This one is quite simple.
Yeah.
Jia, the Lord of the Inner Demons, smiled slyly. I found some precious ores in a secret realm of chaos. They are called Enlightenment Stones. As long as you swallow one, you will have a chance to understand a great way. What would the gods think if this news spread? What else can you think? They will definitely swarm in, fight each other, and start a war between gods. This is a treasure that can enlighten you. How precious is it? How can you tolerate being robbed by other demons? The Lord of Darkness was ecstatic. You actually found such an ore. Why don't you take it out and let us realize together and surpass the Lord of Chaos City? Stupid. This enlightenment stone can only enhance the probability of the demon god's enlightenment. It does not mean that he will definitely be enlightened. How can hard work be as fast and convenient as swallowing the demon god? You are really crazy. You want to take a long distance instead of taking a shortcut. If you don't want to swallow the devil, but you still want to use the enlightenment stone to practice hard, aren't you losing the watermelon and picking up the sesame seeds? The Lord of the Inner Demon hates that iron cannot become steel. You are right. This matter must be carefully planned. If a divine war is started to fight for the treasure, I believe that the Lord of Chaos City will not be able to stop anything. From this, we can take the opportunity to kill the demon god openly and devour it. The Lord of Darkness is murderous. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 182. At this moment, the central dojo of Chaos City. There is so much power of faith. Furukawa sat cross-legged and meditated. He looked at the original ancient snake talisman, the weapon of faith in his hand. At this moment, this weapon of faith had received huge power of faith, almost overflowing. One can imagine how powerful it was. Huge. In fact, the source of these powers of faith is not only the mechanical race, but also other races and even demon gods. Even if other gods have created their own races, it does not mean that the beings of these races must believe in their own race gods. There are also a small number of people who may believe in other gods. As the Lord of Chaos City, he is the strongest demon god in chaos and has created countless miracles. Naturally, he will be worshipped and even believed in by many beings. And the more powerful the beings are, then the power of faith contributed will be greater. The power of faith of a powerful demon god is comparable to hundreds of millions of ordinary creatures. So when he created the Chaos Tower, his reputation was basically refreshed again, allowing countless demon gods to falling in love with it. The power of faith becomes even greater. Of course, this is just a trivial matter for Furukawa, because the power of faith is dispensable to him. He does not establish Taoism based on faith, so his mentality is very indifferent. What kind of magic weapon can be used to refine so much faith? Furukawa is thinking about this issue. After all, if so much power of faith is not used, it will be a waste of resources. He also wants to try out how strange the power of faith is. By the way, the chaotic world at the moment seems to lack currency. Furukawa's eyes flickered as he remembered this matter. The chaotic world at this moment is still in the stage of primitive society, and barter transactions are often carried out. If it is an era when goods are scarce, this kind of transaction can still go on. After all, there are only so many goods in total. But with the development of the times, more and more goods need to be traded. So bartering is an extremely difficult and cumbersome thing, and it takes a lot of time to exchange for the items you like. So, at this time, the birth of general equivalence, currency is needed. Only the birth of general equivalence can promote the circulation of the entire commodity market and completely activate the vitality of the market. And whoever can control this general equivalent will be the future chaotic world. Just like the United States in later generations, the US dollar has become the world's currency. For every transaction, other countries have to pay transaction fees to the United States, and all goods must be priced in US dollars. Therefore, the leaves of the world tree have too many functions. Of course, Furukawa at this moment ignoring other functions for the time being, just consider how to refine chaos currency so that it becomes a recognized currency in the chaotic world. This kind of currency needs an immortal characteristic that cannot be damaged no matter how it is destroyed. If this is the case, then add a time spell 0-hour retrospection. If it is destroyed, it will be restored to its original state in the early morning of the next day. Furukawa thought about how to build chaos currency. In addition to the characteristics of immortality, it must also be strong enough so that it will not be easily destroyed in battle. Then add a King Kong technique. It is also necessary to take advantage of the characteristics of the leaves of the world tree, so add a large space technique to stabilize the dimensional space of a leaf, making them a space magic weapon that can hold treasures. Rumble. In an instant, he formed seals with his hands and added a spell to the leaves of the tree of the billions of worlds. At the same time, he tempered and changed the shape of the material so that other demon gods could not discover what its original material was and prevent other demon gods from imitating it.
Boom.
At this time, after Furukawa's tempering and the addition of magical powers, the first chaos currency was finally born. After being burned and tempered by the fire, the leaves of the world tree were suddenly smelted into a round currency. The outside is round and the inside is square, just like ancient copper coins, showing an emerald green color. The dense atmosphere of the world's laws is engraved on it, and it is filled with the energy of chaos, seems to be internally chaotic, and contains infinite law energy. What? Furukawa's mind was shaken. He felt that a door to the source of chaos opened above his head, and a huge golden light poured down from the sky above Chaos City. The light of merit. There is no doubt that this is the light of merit. If other chaos, when the demon gods saw this scene, they would be filled with envy and jealousy. No matter how hard they racked their brains, other demon gods could not get the approval of chaos and obtain the light of merit. But Furukawa got the light of merit every 3 to 5 seconds. It was really infuriating that people are more powerful than others. At this moment, the forbidden formations rose from the center of Chaos City to Chengdu, isolating the chaotic phenomena. Other demon gods in Chaos City were not aware of such chaotic phenomena, and they did not cause huge waves for the time being. Can you actually gain merit by refining coins? Furukawa did not expect that his unintentional actions would be recognized by the origin of chaos. I think the birth of this chaos coin will make the future chaotic world more orderly and develop faster. This approach has been recognized by the origin of chaos. After admitting it, he was given a huge light of merit. Of course, this kind of light of merit was not as good as the light of merit when he created the mechanical race or when he opened the forum, but even so, it was quite huge. This was enough for him improve your cultivation too much and save countless years of practice time. Can coins also be tempered by the light of merit? Furukawa soon discovered that in addition to himself, it seemed that the chaos coins he refined were also tempered by the light of merit. It seemed that under the tempering of the light of merit, they transformed into special coins. This is no longer the case. It was an ordinary wall, but it completely transformed into a chaotic spiritual treasure. There are many kinds of light of merit, and not only one coin can be tempered by the light of merit. In an instant, under the deduction of Furukawa's Chaos Bagua technique, he discovered that this was a huge opportunity that he could not miss.
Wow.
Immediately, he shot like lightning, and in one breath, He refined 3,000 chaos coins. And 3,000 chaos coins are also the limit tempered by the light of merit. The light of merit fell one after another, making each chaos coin undergo earth-shaking changes. The internal material has been greatly changed, and it has evolved into a chaotic spirit. Level of treasure. 3,000 chaos coins. Furukawa's eyes flashed with excitement, and he looked at the 3,000 chaos coins floating in front of him. They seemed to be 3,000 avenues, containing infinite power of the avenues. These coins floated in the air, echoing each other, as if forming it's like building a complete universe. These 3,000 chaos coins are the initial currency and the most special currency. The subsequent chaos coins do not have such special power and are completely equivalent to general equivalents, similar to the existence of gold. But these 3,000 of chaos coins have transformed into chaos spiritual treasures, as if transformed into a set of chaos magical treasures. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 186. 3,000 chaos coins. This is an incredible opportunity. Furukawa was very excited. He could sense that these 3,000 chaos coins contained endless potential. On the surface, they were just coins, without any attack or defense. But they were the best bearers of chaos. The material is equivalent to the best magical scroll. He can add a magical power belonging to the 3,000 avenues on the 3,000 chaos coins and engrave the eternal magical power inside the chaos coins. In this way, he is equivalent to carrying 3,000 magical cannons. When the time comes, Furukawa does not need to take action at all. Just throwing a chaos coin out is equivalent to casting a magical power, which greatly saves his own mana. It is just like throwing money. The enemy will be smashed to death. At the same time, it is very simple to replenish the energy of chaos coin. It is enough to use the huge power of faith. Before, he was worried that such a huge power of faith had nowhere to go. Now he is refining the release of these 3,000 chaos coins was like a timely rain. Even when the 3,000 chaos coins were gathered together, they formed a chaos formation. When crushed at the same time, it was like sealing the sky and the earth, enough to open up chaos and reverse time and space. Okay, the next step is to refine ordinary chaos coins. Furukawa quickly calmed down his mind and refined the remaining chaos currency. For Furukawa, who controls 108 avenues, refining ordinary chaos currency is also a very simple matter, and it doesn't take long. Can be successfully refined. Even the leaves of the trillions of world trees are child's play for Furukawa. In just 3 months, all the chaos coins were successfully refined. Of course, such a huge chaos coin cannot be made all at once. It can only be circulated slowly, otherwise too much circulation will cause inflation. This is not a good thing for Furukawa, who wants to establish a monetary system. With this chaos coin, all chaos materials belong to me. Furukawa laughed and was very excited. To be honest, he is extremely eager for the endless materials in the chaotic world, but if he collects it alone, he will not be able to collect much even if he grows old. And according to his status and some juniors, it would be a bit embarrassing to fight for those ordinary chaos materials. But it is different with chaos coins. All chaos materials need to be exchanged for chaos coins before they can be used, which means that all materials in the chaotic world must enter Chaos City and return to Chaos City. He owns it. It is conceivable that as time goes by, the wealth of the entire chaos world will definitely fall into his hands. Furukawa and the power of Chaos City will also increase. This is the role of money. It seems very small, but it contains infinite principles. Whoever can control money can control the world. Next is how to promote Chaos Coin. Furukawa touched his chin. He had actually already had an idea about this kind of thing. On the second day, something earth-shattering happened in Chaos City.
What?
In the future, if the Chaos Library wants to purchase books, it will no longer be possible to use materials to purchase them. It can only be purchased with Chaos Coins. Some demon gods who wanted to enter the Chaos Library heard the news immediately and couldn't help being shocked. Because the Chaos Library has countless books on infinite magical powers, cultivation techniques, and even Taoist scriptures. Books that demon gods are eager to buy. If they cannot buy them, they simply cannot find any way to practice. This is a major blow to many demon gods. It can be said that for many Chaos demon gods, the Chaos Library is the most important place in Chaos City. Countless demon gods come here for the books in the Chaos Library. Even the demon gods who worship Pengu and embark on the journey of proving the Tao with strength still need to enter the Chaos Library to check various information. Not only will the Chaos Library need Chaos coins to redeem it in the future, but even the Chaos Tower, if a demon wants to enter it for a trial, will also need to pay a Chaos coin, otherwise he will never be able to enter the Chaos Tower again. A demon god broke the news again. Many demon gods held their breaths. Unbelievable. Although the Chaos Tower appeared not long ago, it has become the most popular place besides the Chaos Library and the Giant Axe Arena. After all, where can I find it in the entire Chaos world? Get a place where you can verify your strength without dying. This is simply a place for many demon gods to verify what they have learned best. Every day, no one knows how many demon gods board the Chaos Tower to participate in trials, but now they actually need to pay Chaos coins only, then can they enter the Chaos Tower, which is simply killing them. What exactly is this Chaos coin? A demon asked very nervously. Chaos coin is a currency refined by the Lord of Chaos City. It is used as a general equivalent to measure all goods in Chaos. From now on, everything in Chaos City must be priced in Chaos coin. The Dark Spider Demon revealed Furukawa's decision. Chaos City Lord's decision? Many demon gods immediately understood that this was the decision of the Lord of Chaos City. The so-called arms could not twist the thighs. They had no way to resist and could only accept it. General equivalent? I understand. As expected of the Lord of Chaos City, I had long thought that bartering was very troublesome. I didn't even know how much time it would take to exchange for what I needed. A demon god immediately understood the profound meaning of Furukawa's approach. It doesn't matter if the number of items is still scarce. Anyway, there are not many things that can be exchanged, so it is not a trouble. However, as more and more items can be traded, with more than hundreds of millions of items, the method of bartering has become outdated, very cumbersome, and inconvenient. But if there is something that can be used as a general equivalent to measure the value of all things in Chaos, it would be really convenient. The Lord of Chaos City is so smart that he can actually come up with such a method. It was immediately admired. I see. After hearing these words, many Chaos demon gods also suddenly realized how smart creatures they are as demon gods. Naturally, they immediately understood the meaning of Furukawa's approach. They also felt that the emergence of this Chaos coin simply solved the Chaos world transaction. A big problem can make countless items circulate in the chaotic world in an instant. This is simply an unparalleled initiative. Although the idea seems simple, it is just a layer of window paper. No one can know the inside until it is pierced. What on earth is it? Don't know how to redeem Chaos coins? A demon god immediately asked this crucial question. It's very simple. It can be exchanged at the World Bank. There is a golden scale inside, which can measure the value of a Chaos coin and the items you bring. How many goods you provide will be worth how much Chaos coin is worth. The Dark Spider Demon told how to exchange Chaos coins, saying that if you want to exchange Chaos coins, you need to go to the World Bank, a new building in Chaos City. That place seems to be controlled by the Machine Tribe and is responsible for a series of exchange processes. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 187. Many Chaos demon gods immediately went to the World Bank to exchange Chaos coins. After all, they also wanted to buy books from the Chaos Library or enter the Chaos Tower for trials. Even though some of the Chaos demons hesitated, some wanted to give it a try. Not long after, the Chaos demon god exchanged the materials on his body for some Chaos coins. Is this Chaos coin? A Chaos demon god picked up the Chaos coin and explored it carefully with his spiritual consciousness. It's really incredible. If it wasn't said to be currency, I would have thought it was a space magic weapon. It is true that it contains a unique space containing complete world laws, and the materials are also extremely special. What is it based on? There is a chaos demon god who is very curious. I don't know. Such materials are simply unheard of, but they are indeed worth the money. I am short of space magic weapons that can hold things. I didn't expect that this chaos coin can also hold things. No. It's not just as simple as being able to hold things. It seems to be a special material that can carry all kinds of magical powers. It's really extremely mysterious. It seems that the chaos coin created by the Lord of Chaos City is another incredible thing. That is a matter of course. The Master of Chaos City is the most powerful demon god. How could he create useless things? It needs to be studied carefully. I think this chaos coin will completely change the entire chaos world. Many demon gods were talking about it. After they got the chaos coin, they were all amazed. They felt that this currency was mysterious and contained many wonderful uses. 10,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. The promotion of Chaos Coin came naturally. At first, many demon gods did not understand it very well and had a lot of resistance, but they soon discovered the convenience. In the past, when they wanted to buy what they needed, they didn't know how many procedures they needed to go through and how much time was wasted. The efficiency was really low. But since the emergence of Chaos Coins, they have to go through many procedures and directly exchange the materials on hand for Chaos Coins, and then use the Chaos Coins to purchase things. Moreover, with the reputation of the Lord of Chaos City as an endorsement, all demon gods are happy to use Chaos Coins. Therefore, the promotion of Chaos Coin became easier, and it didn't take long for it to become a currency recognized by the Chaos world. In this way, most of the materials are digested and absorbed by Chaos City and exchanged for Chaos Coins. The resources of the entire Chaos world are continuously collected by Chaos City. And this scene was also discovered by many gods. At first, I thought that the Chaos Coin was just a gadget created by the Lord of Chaos City. I didn't expect it to have such a big effect. This kind of currency alone can collect countless treasures in the Chaos world. As expected of the Lord of Chaos City, his wisdom is simply astonishing. He understands the infinite laws of chaos and knows the changes in the past, present, and future. A god sighed with admiration. Indeed, with just some currency, we actually conquered all the demon gods in the entire Chaos world. All of our demon gods are working for the Lord of Chaos City. The materials we collected so hard and the magic weapons we refined all need to be exchanged for Chaos Coins. Only then could it be valuable. The Lord of Chaos City was simply calm and controlled all the demon gods effortlessly. The other god was filled with admiration. He believed that the value of Chaos Coins was endless. Most of the materials in the Chaos world need to be exchanged for Chaos Coins to be valuable. This is such an incredible thing. It simply redefines the value of treasures. Before the Chaos Coin came out, it believed that to rule many demon gods, it required super strong force and completely subdued the enemy so that it could become the master of chaos. But it is different now. Just the appearance of the Chaos Coin actually made all the demon gods working for the Lord of Chaos City is no different from being the Lord of Chaos. The influence of the Lord of Chaos City has penetrated into all aspects of the Chaos Demon God, including food, clothing, housing, and transportation. We understand the concept of currency, but can we imitate it and create other currencies? Some Chaos Demon Gods are interested. If the value is so great, they may be able to imitate it and gain benefits from it. How can it be so simple? If we do it on our territory, it may still be possible, but it is impossible to get the approval of the demon gods in the entire chaotic world. After all, if you want to promote this Chaos Coin, you still need a figure like the Lord of Chaos City, who is recognized by all the demon gods. A god said in a deep voice, "Although it is just a simple currency, the meaning behind it is not simple. It symbolizes the influence and strength of the Lord of Chaos City. It has seen through the mystery." Maybe some Chaos Demon Gods thought of this before and tried to create currency as a general equivalent, but they couldn't do it at all, and no demon god recognized it. After all, who Who knows who you are and why? The currency you create will be recognized. Only a Chaos Demon God at the level of the Chaos City Lord can launch Chaos Coin and instantly become a currency recognized by the entire Chaos world. No other demon god can do this. If it cannot be imitated, can it be copied? The eyes of some gods flickered, showing a hint of greed. Because this Chaos Coin represents money, it can buy everything in the Chaos world. If they can copy the Chaos Coin, it will be equivalent to a continuous supply of energy to create money. I am afraid that in an instant they can become the richest demon gods in the chaotic world. In fact, many Chaos demon gods have this kind of opportunistic idea. Can't be copied. A god shook his head. The making of Chaos Coin is really mysterious. We don't know how it is made at all. Moreover, its material is extremely special, containing the laws of the world and the dimensional space. This alone is not any material in chaos can be replaced. There is no way to copy it. It is very helpless, because this idea has been thought of by the demons for a long time. If they can copy a large number of Chaos Coins, then they can purchase all the books in the Chaos Library. Even a large amount of materials in Chaos City will be purchased by them, allowing them to the inflation of Chaos City has reached the extreme, making Chaos Coins worthless at all. But they couldn't make them even after thinking about it, because this Chaos Coin is so incredible. First of all, the material is unique and only available in the World Tree. Secondly, the magical powers on the Chaos Coin cannot be imitated by other demons. Not to mention other magical powers, the magical powers of the Avenue of Time, 0-hour retrospect, have blocked most of the demons. After all, most demon gods have difficulty understanding the Avenue of Time, so how can they possibly copy Chaos Coins? This blocks the opportunistic ideas of countless demon gods. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 188. In the blink of an eye, another 1,000,000 years have passed, and Chaos Coins have become more and more popular among the people, permeating every aspect of the Chaos world. Even if other gods don't really want to use Chaos Coins, they can't stop the general trend. Even if they want to create an equivalent currency, it is impossible for other gods to recognize it. Only Chaos Coin can become the only currency in the Chaos world and assume the status of a general equivalent. At this moment, in the Chaos Speed space, Lolita, the Tree of the World, who was concentrating on restoring the leaves on her body, suddenly sensed an incredible void power coming from her. What's this? World Tree Lolita was a little confused. She found that there was a golden light in the depths of her consciousness, which contained infinite energy. This was somewhat similar to the legendary Light of Merit. In fact, after Furukawa created the Chaos Coin, although he received most of the Light of Merit, the World Tree, which provided the raw materials of the Chaos Coin, also had some merit. Therefore, the origin of chaos also recognized the contribution of the World Tree and gave some of it. The Light of Merit instantly merged into the depths of the consciousness of the World Tree. Although this part of the Light of Merit was nothing to Furukawa, it was unimaginable to the World Tree who had not yet attained enlightenment. Huge energy. The Light of Merit. This is definitely the Light of Merit in the legend. I didn't expect that one day my World Tree would also receive the Light of Merit. I am indeed the Son of Destiny. World Tree Lolita put her hands on her hips and laughed, with a proud look on her face. Although she didn't know how she got these lights of merit, it didn't stop her from getting it. But in addition to the Light of Merits, there was also huge void energy. Instilled, it instantly submerged into the body of the World Tree and then blended into every leaf. And these void energies are nothing but the power of faith. Since Chaos Coins have become the recognized currency of the Chaos world, basically every creature has a Chaos Coin, and they all unknowingly place a part of their longing power on the Chaos Coin. Although they are not very pious, and the power of faith exuded by each demon is very small, they cannot withstand the huge number, and the water flows slowly over time. These powers of faith are quite huge. At the same time, this power of faith is very obscure and cannot be detected by other gods. Therefore, these huge powers of faith all flow into the body of the World Tree. What kind of power is this? Why do I feel like I am getting stronger? World Tree Loli's eyes widened with a look of disbelief on her face. She was a little confused because after these weird energies entered her body, they integrated into every root, branch, and even leaf of her body. And the dimensional worlds contained within those leaves have been tempered by these weird energies and seem to have gradually formed world barriers, turning from virtual to real. It seems that as time goes by, these dimensional worlds slowly transform into small worlds and even evolving towards the vast world. There is no doubt that this is a huge opportunity for the World Tree, an opportunity to achieve enlightenment. Originally, the World Tree has excellent talents and rich savings. If you want to be promoted, it will be much more difficult than other Chaos Demon gods. I am afraid that hundreds of millions of people will be promoted. 10,000 epochs may not be enough time. But once promoted, the World Tree will immediately join the ranks of powerful gods. Oh, my strength, my mana is constantly rising. World Tree Loli exclaimed excitedly and laughed loudly. Haha, my World Tree is indeed a genius and the most powerful demon in chaos. I didn't expect that I can be promoted just by lying down. I feel like I am about to win.
Got it.
In fact, the power of these beliefs is of great help to the World Tree. Because the World Tree is a very special demon, her body is born with the power of the world, and she can create the world at will, and worlds are born from her body. But as for other demon gods, they need to achieve enlightenment before they can create the world. It can be said that the World Tree has been superior to other demon gods from the beginning. The qualifications of the demon gods are quite terrifying, and these powers of faith are very important to the evolution of the world. This is the power of the will of all living beings, which can make the origin of the world continue to evolve and transform. Because of this, the World Tree, which has gained the power of huge faith, has also undergone earth-shaking changes in its body, and it seems that it has gained the power of huge living beings. The willpower is average. The evolution of these dimensional worlds is equivalent to the evolution of the World Tree. To be honest, the World Tree is the best demon to embark on the path of faith. Originally, if it were based on the World Tree itself, it is estimated that it would be difficult to break through in billions of epochs, but with Furqua's help, she was simply equivalent to getting an eternal epoch and a chance to break through. If other Chaos Demon gods knew this, they would be so jealous that their intestines would turn green. At this moment, Star Tree, Pooh Demon Tree, Starlight Grass, and other Lolita also noticed the changes in the World Tree. They could feel the rising and powerful mana of the World Tree, and it seemed that they were about to transcend. Look, the aura on the boss's body seems to have changed. Starlight Grass Loli was the first to discover the changes in the World Tree. No way is the aura on the boss's body trying to achieve enlightenment and transcendence.
Pumontaksha Loli was confused.
She remembered that her boss did not learn anything and only slept all day long. He had never practiced hard and seriously, but now he has become enlightened. This is too exaggerated. Yes, it's really weird. The boss didn't have the symbol of enlightenment before, so why is he suddenly becoming enlightened now? Many Lolita are curious. I know, the boss must be bald.
Star
Tree Loli immediately shouted and said categorically, "It seems that if we, the plant demon, want to become enlightened, we have to become bald. If we are not bald, we will not be able to become stronger." She felt that her guess was very possible. Otherwise, there would have been no changes if the World Tree had not become bald before, but now that it is bald, it would actually become enlightened.
What?
You can only become stronger if you are bald. How is that possible? A group of Lolita were shocked. They did not expect this possibility at all, but thinking about it carefully, this is the only way to explain why the World Tree did not break through before, but now it has broken through. I am afraid that the bald World Tree will escape in a short time. After entering the empty gate, all 4 elements were empty, and my heart was as gray as death. At that moment, I reached the Supreme Realm and had an epiphany. It's terrible. The boss is so terrible. Although he was punished and became bald, He still took the opportunity to understand the Great Way and made a breakthrough in one fell swoop. He is worthy of being the world tree. Hair is just the thread of worries. If we don't cut off our worries and dust, how can we achieve enlightenment? I had an epiphany. It seems that if we want to be enlightened, we have to become bald. Many Lolita suddenly realized. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 189. At this moment, the central dojo of Chaos City. About to be promoted? Furukawa also sensed the current situation of the World Tree at this time and was a little relieved. After such a long time, the World Tree will finally be promoted to the realm of saints. Once the World Tree is promoted to the realm of saints, I am afraid that the World Tree the strength will advance by leaps and bounds and undergo earth-shaking changes, which will be different from before. And the most important thing is that the World Tree is the beginning of 10,000 trees. If the World Tree evolves, under the influence of her original power, many plant-type demons around her will also evolve rapidly. It is estimated that in the future, there will be enlightened plant demons born one after another. In fact, this is the peculiarity of the plant-type demons, which is equivalent to one person achieving enlightenment, chickens and dogs ascending to heaven. They like when we stick together and live together. Each other's original energy will also affect each other and evolve together. This is why plants always gather together to form a forest. But this is also a logical thing, even without the help of Chaos Coin. It is estimated that the World Tree can also be promoted, but it will take a little longer. But this time, it is not only the World Tree that has benefited, Furukawa has also received huge benefits.
Boom.
In an instant, Furukawa was immersed in this time in the midst of his insights. Chaos coins were scattered in every corner of the chaos world, and he also gained tremendous insights from them. The avenue of equality, the avenue of contract, the avenue of cause and effect, the avenue of balance. Suddenly, all the laws of the Tao were condensed in the depths of Furukawa's sea of consciousness, forming a series of Tao scriptures, and the Tao power in the body was also increasing crazily. He felt that the chaos coins seemed to form light points, like stars scattered in the chaotic world, blooming with infinite light, and these light points were connected and intertwined with each other, seeming to form a huge network. And this web of money enveloped all the chaos demon gods, and it was like a web of fate, without any omissions, and it exuded an extremely mysterious aura. This also brought a great touch to Furukawa. You must know that money will bring about many changes and deduce the future development of the world, and the world principles involved in it are endless and all-encompassing. Breakthrough. Furukawa thought and found that his sea of consciousness had changed. Originally, he only controlled 108 avenues, but at this time, the number of avenues he controlled began to increase, 109, 110, 120. With his body as the center, a vortex of chaotic energy was generated. The infinite light of merit from the depths of the sea of consciousness also poured out, pouring into every corner of Furukawa's body. Crazy increasing the Tao power in his body caused the original energy in his body to increase sharply. If he relied on hard work, I don't know how many years it would take to increase enough Tao power, but with the help of the light of merit, his cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds. There is no doubt that the refining of Chaos Coin this time has brought endless benefits to Furukawa.
Boom.
I don't know how much time has passed. Furukawa's body shook, and his eyes opened, emitting a terrifying light. The depths of his pupils contained endless information about the laws of the Tao, which seemed to form a whirlpool, unfathomable. 200 great laws. Furukawa's eyes flashed, and he was extremely excited. He never expected that his practice this time would actually allow him to be promoted to the state of controlling 200 avenues. Although such a state is still different from that of the Hongmeng saint who controls 1,800 avenues. There is a very long distance, but it is much stronger than the saint of Kaitian, and even surpasses Pangu, who will open up the prehistoric world in the future. You must know that Pangu in later generations only controls 108 avenues, and at this moment I don't know how far behind Furukawa is. There is no comparison at all. It is obvious that Furukawa at this moment has surpassed Pengu in later generations and reached an unprecedented state. And despite the fact that he seems to control 200 avenues, he seems to be in control of 200 avenues. Compared with the previous one, there are only more than 90 more laws of the Great Road, but in fact, the more you practice to the later stage, the greater the improvement in strength will be with every step forward. This is not a 1+1 progress, but a geometric level. The number of numbers is improving, and each additional law of avenue is much more powerful than before. It can be said that the strength of Furukawa, who controls 200 avenues, is simply unparalleled in ancient times. The body of the original ancient snake has also become stronger. In addition to the changes in the laws of the avenue, Furukawa also discovered that his original ancient snake body had also undergone earth-shaking changes. Originally, his original ancient snake body had reached a length of 1,000 light years. But he controlled 200 after the law of the Great Tao. His original ancient snake body has reached a length of 100,000 light years. Such a demon body is simply appalling. It has grown 100 times compared to before, because it is 100,000 light years in length. If it were deployed and moved forward at the speed of light, it would take 100,000 years to complete it. This is such a terrifying distance and such a terrifying length. For Furukawa, the so-called planet is probably just a cell in his body. If Furukawa showed his true body at this moment, all the demon gods bundled together would not be able to be as big as Furukawa's original ancient snake body, not even Pengu's true body. However, in addition to the original ancient snake's body becoming longer and stronger, the cells in his body have also undergone tremendous changes. His primitive ancient snake cells were originally only in the dimensional space, but at this time they have evolved to the level of a small world, and the internal space has expanded many times. And the original energy contained in each cell has reached a terrifying level. Furukawa has hundreds of trillions of cells in his body, which is equivalent to the aggregate of the original energy of hundreds of trillions of small worlds. This is unimaginably majestic. Energy. I'm afraid mortals can't understand this kind of existence at all.
Boom, boom, tilde, tilde, tilde.
With his body as the center, a terrifying aura was generated. It seemed that the aura on his body alone was enough to easily distort the chaotic void and produce terrifying destructive power. If someone who has not reached the level of Luo Jingxian sees Furukawa's true form, I am afraid he will immediately go crazy. It is a terrifying existence that cannot be seen directly, cannot be heard, cannot be described, and cannot be discussed. Perhaps Furukawa is truly a powerful god at this moment, like a supreme being. Is this a sound? Furukawa sat cross-legged on the ground, and in the depths of his consciousness, he received sounds from every corner of the chaotic world. It seemed that no matter which chaos demon god was in any corner of chaos, he could feel it as long as he said his name. All seemed to be talking in their own ears, whispering in a low voice, clear and unmistakable. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 190. Is this listening to the message? Furukawa immediately knew what these sounds were. In fact, this is the terror of the saint. As long as someone talks about his name, he can easily sense the other person's existence. This is like following the line of cause and effect. The other party has nowhere to hide. And this is why in later generations, those great masters dare not talk about saints at all, because they know that once they say the name of a saint, they will be sensed by the saint in an instant. No matter where they are, they will not be able to hide. There are no secrets at all. But these saints are just prehistoric saints. They only perceive inside the prehistoric world. In fact, the prehistoric world is just a drop in the ocean to the entire chaotic world. It is nothing at all. If these prehistoric saints come to the chaos, I am afraid it is impossible to hear the voices of other beings so clearly. This is not only because of the distance, but also because of the obstruction of chaotic energy, which prevents ordinary saints from being so omniscient and omnipotent in the prehistoric world. But Furukawa is different at this moment. After controlling 200 avenues, no matter how far away the chaotic world is, Even if there is a barrier of chaotic energy, it cannot stop him from listening to the sound of the Tao. Anyone who talks about his existence will be heard by him, and even what he wants to listen to will be heard. Nothing can stop him, and he can easily penetrate the infinite void. This is simply more terrifying than any ears. Of course, some people think that so many voices flooding into their minds at the same time will cause them to go crazy. But this is what mortals think. For a saint, the computing power of the head is too powerful. Not to mention the thousands and tens of thousands of voices pouring in. Even if there are billions of voices pouring in, it is impossible for the saint to go crazy. This, just like a super smart computer can process countless data at the same time, it will not cause the system to crash at all. On the contrary, this is more than enough for a smart computer, and it can even handle other things at the same time. Interesting. Furukawa sensed that endless voices discussing him came in from the chaotic world. Some of these voices were praying, some were praising, some were lamenting, some were praising, some were cursing. Whenever these beings spoke out, my own name seems to have formed a burst of golden lines of law in the depths of the chaotic void, resonating with my sea of consciousness, oscillating back and forth, thereby transmitting the sound back. This is like a trigger point. Triggering this keyword will cause a response. At this moment, Furukawa's body was shaken. Fu Ling's heart came to him, and he had a whim. The chaos bagua technique in the depths of his consciousness seemed to be instinctively running wildly, almost to the extreme, and the calculation speed reached the level of the great Tao, reaching the extreme. Rumble. In an instant, endless pictures seemed to emerge from the depths of his consciousness, and his soul seemed to fall into the river of destiny, as if he had seen the future at this moment. His body stood above the long river of fate, and it seemed that there were countless tributaries of fate, and each tributary of fate presented a different picture. Is this the future? Furukawa's eyes showed a glimmer of light. At this moment, he seemed to see the not-so-distant future. In a chaotic void in the future time and space, the Enlightenment Stone actually appeared. This is a strange stone born from chaos, containing the power of the great Tao. If these enlightenment stones are being swallowed by the demon gods can produce the power of enlightenment. One can imagine the attraction of these enlightenment stones to the demon gods. In fact, let alone ordinary demon gods, even for Furukawa, they have great appeal. And such a strange cosmic stone suddenly appeared in the chaotic world and immediately caused countless chaos demon gods to fight for it, thus starting a war between gods. Countless powerful gods were involved in this vast war, and countless gods fought, and even gods the created races also joined the bloody war. One god after another fell, and the sky was filled with a sea of blood, with no bones left, murderous intent, and the void burst. Powerful gods such as the Lord of Light, the Lord of the Furnace, the Lord of Titans, etc.
Dead.
There are two masterminds behind this war. One is the Lord of Darkness, and the other is the Lord of Inner Demons. They secretly devour the corpses of these gods and increase their own strength. After a war, they actually devoured the corpses of tens of thousands of powerful gods, raised their power to a terrifying level, and actually controlled 108 great laws.
This is almost the same as Pangu.
After gaining such terrifying power, he was so proud that he was a little swollen. He immediately ordered all his troops and horses to attack Chaos City with great momentum, trying to destroy Furukawa and become the strongest demon in chaos. Of course, the result can be imagined. He controlled 200. The Furukawa of Dao Dao is unparalleled in strength. After a few encounters, the Lord of Darkness and the Lord of Inner Demons were wiped out. However, the Lord of Inner Demons relied on his special power of Inner Demons to escape again and was at large. Is this the future of great prophecy? Furukawa's eyes showed a glimmer of light. Just now, on a whim, he touched the great prophecy technique on his body, ran the chaos bagua technique, and deduced the road of destiny, thus peeking into the picture of the long river of destiny in the future. Such a future picture is basically what the future will definitely be like. What happened? Of course, This does not mean that this is an inevitable result and cannot be changed. In fact, the long river of destiny has countless tributaries, and every decision made now may change the future. And Furukawa foresees the future scene at this moment. Isn't it a move and decision to change the future? But it is easy to change the future, but it is impossible to change the past. Because the time and space in the past have long been fixed, if you want to travel through the past and change the past, I am afraid that you will be instantly defeated by the power of the origin of chaos. If you are obliterated, even those who control 1,800 great laws will die. Of course, some special past time and space can be changed, because the past time and space is not stabilized, which gives some powerful gods the opportunity to change the past. The Lord of the Inner Demons wants to plot against me again. He is really stubborn. He can't let it escape this time. Since it can't be killed, let's imprison it forever to prevent it from causing trouble for me everywhere. Furukawa narrowed his eyes. He has a very deep memory of the Lord of the Inner Demon. He once tried to plot against himself twice. Of course, the Lord of the Inner Demon couldn't do any harm to him. It was just a small fight. But even if this is the case, he will no longer let the Lord of the Inner Demon go unpunished. He must capture it, otherwise he doesn't know how much trouble it will cause him in the future. By the way, there is also the Enlightenment Stone, which is a good treasure and must be grabbed. Furukawa decided to accept these Enlightenment Stones. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 191. In a place in the chaotic void, a chaotic vortex seemed to form around it. And there seems to be a vast and boundless space inside the chaotic vortex. It seems that this place is a secret world, and it seems that it is a place where the chaotic world was naturally born. At this moment, the Lord of the Inner Demon and the Lord of Darkness came to this secret world. Is this where you found the Enlightenment Stone? The Lord of Darkness looked at this secret world curiously. It felt that this place was indeed extraordinary. It exuded bursts of aura of the laws of the Great Road, which was unfathomable. Yes, this place is very strange. It seems to have bred strange ores. The ores inside contain the power of the Tao. I once tried to swallow an enlightenment stone, and it seemed that I immediately entered the state of enlightenment. At this moment, it seemed that time had accelerated by billions. Era is like an era, and the sea has changed greatly, which allowed me to understand a lot of laws and information. The Lord of Inner Demons said in a deep voice. In fact, as the Lord of Inner Demons, almost every creature has an inner demon. It can hide in the gaps in the other person's mind and secretly peek into the other person's memories. Because of this, it is almost the most well-informed demon god in the chaos world. No matter what happens in any corner of the chaos world, it can clearly know. And the secret world where the Enlightenment Stone is located was accidentally discovered by one of the demon gods, and only the Lord of the Inner Demon knew about it. Of course, that demon god has been killed by the Lord of the Inner Demon a long time ago. The only ones who know the news at this moment are the Lord of the Inner Demon and the Lord of Darkness. It's incredible. These ores really contain the power of enlightenment. The Lord of Darkness's consciousness penetrated into this secret world, and he immediately felt that there were unique rules inside this secret world, like crystal-like stones. These crystal-like stones seemed to be made of laws, exuding a mysterious force. The aura seems to enter the state of enlightenment instantly after taking it in hand. Even powerful gods like the Lord of Darkness seem to be a little unable to resist the attraction of this enlightenment stone, and they simply want to take it as their own immediately. If I swallow all these enlightenment stones, wouldn't I be able to comprehend many laws of the Great Tao in an instant and surpass the Lord of Chaos City in one fell swoop? The Lord of Darkness couldn't help but say this. Stop dreaming. The Lord of the Inner Demon sneered. If the Enlightenment Stone could understand the laws of the 3,000 Great Tao, then I would have understood it long ago. Why would I have waited until now to take it out? In fact, these Enlightenment Stones also have limitations. They only increase the probability of your enlightenment. It does not mean that you can achieve enlightenment 100%, and there is a high possibility that you will not be able to enter the state of enlightenment. Secondly, Even if you achieve enlightenment, you may not be able to completely control this avenue. After all, the Enlightenment Stone only increases your understanding so that you can better understand the laws of the avenue. It does not allow you to control the avenue instantly. If you don't understand the laws of the Great Way, then taking more Enlightenment Stones will be of no use. It's as if a physicist's understanding has increased, and it is impossible for him to understand the knowledge of biologists. After all, the two are completely different fields. Unless a physicist learns biological knowledge from scratch, he will not even know the basics. None. So how can you achieve enlightenment? But the Enlightenment Stone also has a time limit, and it is impossible to give you enough time to learn and understand other laws of the Great Road. Therefore, the Enlightenment Stone is a cosmic ore that grows from 10 to 100 and cannot be expanded from 10 to 100. From 0 to 100, if your own savings are not enough, no matter how many Enlightenment Stones you swallow, it will be of no use. So, it seems that the Enlightenment Stone only plays an auxiliary role. If you fall into a bottleneck, you can break through the bottleneck by swallowing the Enlightenment Stone. If you don't fall into a bottleneck, it would be a waste to swallow the Enlightenment Stone. The Lord of Darkness immediately understood the function of the Enlightenment Stone. And the most important thing is that the Enlightenment Stone is also resistant. A demon god can swallow up to 9 Enlightenment Stones at most. This is the limit. If it exceeds the 9 Enlightenment Stones, then no matter how many more Enlightenment Stones are swallowed, there will be nothing left. Any effect. The Lord of the Inner Demon told the limitations of the Enlightenment Stone. It can swallow up to 9 Enlightenment Stones at most. How do you know this? Have you swallowed more than 9 Enlightenment Stones? The Lord of Darkness was moved in his heart and couldn't help but ask. That's right, I can no longer swallow any Enlightenment Stones. Even if I swallow them, the Enlightenment Stones will have no effect on me. The Lord of the Inner Demon is so regretful that his intestines are turning green. To be honest, if he had known this earlier, he would never have swallowed the Enlightenment Stones so quickly, but would have used it more carefully. But this is also the first time it has seen it. How could such a unique chaos or know that the Enlightenment Stone has such limitations? No matter how powerful the Lord of the Inner Demon is, silent, colorless, and invisible, it is impossible to fight for it from a small universe, because this cage represents the ultimate and perfection.
No.
The Lord of the Inner Demon screamed, terrified. It sensed a fatal crisis. If it was controlled by this cosmic cage, it would never be able to escape. It tried to escape, but the speed was too slow. When Furukawa with a gentle click, the Chaos Bagua technique was instantly shrouded.
Boom tilde.
The Lord of the Inner Demon was immediately imprisoned in the cosmic cage, and a black fist-sized spherical universe was spinning in front of Furukawa, emitting unparalleled mystery.
Breath.
It seems that the periphery of this spherical universe contains the threads of 3,000 avenues of law. They are densely packed and wrap around the entire universe, as if forming a chaotic Skynet, without any omissions. Dong dong dong. The inner demons were imprisoned in the cosmic cage. The Lord yelled crazily, as if it was crazy, and hit everywhere, but no matter what magical powers it used, it could not escape from the cosmic cage. It was like a turtle in an urn, and was captured in an instant. Damn Chaos City Lord, if you have the guts to let me out and fight for 300 rounds. Who is the strongest demon god in Chaos to use such a despicable plan? You beat me, a little demon god, and you actually used the treasure of Chaos. You are so despicable and shameless. You are not worthy of the title of the strongest demon god of Chaos. You are shameless. The Lord of the Inner Demon stayed in the cosmic cage, yelling and hopping, just like a shrew cursing in the street. Not to mention how angry it was now. It just wanted to tear Furukawa into pieces. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 194. The title of the strongest demon god of Chaos is not mine, but what you said. I have never said such a thing. You should stay in the cosmic cage obediently. I will seal you until Chaos is destroyed. Figured it out. Furukawa was very calm and was not moved by the words of the Lord of the Inner Demon. Anyway, they were just the words of his defeated general, and they were not enough to make him angry. Quack, Stupid, stupid. The sky-stealing gourd jumped up and down excitedly, spitting at the Lord of the Inner Demons. Of course, even the Lord of the Inner Demons couldn't see the existence of the sky-stealing gourd and couldn't even hear the sound. But even so, the sky-stealing gourd couldn't. I am very excited and have an incomparable sense of accomplishment. Because the ability of the sky-stealing gourd increases with the increase of the master's strength, not all magical powers can be stolen. If it far exceeds the ability of the sky-stealing gourd, then it will not be possible. Success. The demon god, who controlled it before, was too weak. It couldn't compare with Furukawa. The magical powers and spells it could steal were also extremely weak. There was no sense of accomplishment at all. But after being refined by Furukawa, the power of the sky-stealing gourd, the speed of the sky-stealing gourd is increasing at a geometric rate, stealing back all the supreme magical powers of the Lord of the Inner Demon in an instant. This is a feeling that has never been used before, and the sky-stealing gourd also feels that it is more powerful than ever before. So the sky-stealing gourd, it's understandable that I'm extremely excited at this moment. Do you think a mere cosmic cage can seal me? This is simply impossible. I am the master of inner demons. I am born to inherit the inner demons of all living beings. I am an immortal demon. If all living beings are immortal, I, the master of inner demons, will not be destroyed. The Lord of Inner Demons roared. As long as I commit suicide here and die in this cosmic cage, then I will be reborn in another place in the chaotic void. You can't trap me. It means that it is an immortal existence at all, and no cage can trap the great inner demon.
Suicide?
You might as well give it a try. In the cage of the universe, you have no choice but to commit suicide. Furukawa smiled slightly and looked at the Lord of the Inner Demons lightly. What? In an instant, the Lord of the Inner Demons turned pale with fright. It wanted to use the Tao power in its body to crush its own soul, completely annihilate it, and then in another place reborn everywhere. This should have been something that could be done easily. However, it found that it could not exert any power in its body. It was like a mortal who had lost all its power. It could not even crush its own soul. It can be done. If it were a flesh and blood life, it might be able to hit the wall of this cosmic cage to death, but as an inner demon, it is invisible and bodiless, and physical attacks have no effect. If you want to kill it, you can only annihilate it.
Soul.
But now it can't even use any power in its body. I'm afraid it won't die if it hits the wall of this cosmic cage with billions of dollars. Obviously, this cosmic cage not only traps itself, but also seals it. It has lost all the power in its body. As the Lord of Chaos City said, it cannot even commit suicide at this moment. The despicable and shameless Chaos City Lord actually did such a thing to me. He had the guts to let me out and let me out to fight for 300 rounds. What kind of hero can he be if he uses such a despicable trick? The Lord of the Inner Demon is so angry that he keeps roaring and roaring. Now he is not only trapped in this cage, but also wants to commit suicide but has no choice. This is simply a situation where he cannot survive, but cannot die. It is the most miserable situation. It feeling that deep inside the body of his inner demon, the imprint of the 3,000 great laws vaguely emerged, as if it were a chaotic skynet, integrated into every corner of its soul. It is this chaotic skynet. Only then did he seal all the power on it and let the other party bully it. Interesting. Is this the inner demon road, the power of the soul? Furukawa touched his chin. He sensed the mystery of the inner strength of the inner demon lord, which seemed to contain supreme power. To be honest, the inner demon lord may look very weak, but its power is so strange, mysterious and unfathomable. Even powerful demon gods such as Pengu and World Tree are completely incomparable. If Furukawa had not mastered many methods, other demon gods in the chaos would not even think of killing the master of the inner demon, or even trap the inner demon. The master of the inner demon is all wishful thinking. This is the truly immortal demon. As long as the other party does not want to die, even he cannot kill the master of the inner demon. And even if the other party wants to die, because of the power of the inner demon of all living beings, at some point in the future, the energy of countless inner demons will gather together, and at this time the Lord of the inner demons will be born again. It can be said that it will not die even if it wants to. At most, it will just sleep for a period of time, and sooner or later will wake up. Of course, all the memories of the previous Lord of Inner Demons will disappear. It is not an exaggeration to say that the Lord of Inner Demons is dead, but the next Lord of Inner Demons will be born, and they will be inherited from generation to generation. And this power is the power of inner demons, which can also be said to be the power of the soul, is really unbelievable. It seems to have transcended the 3,000 avenues and reached another level. This is also a power that Furukawa has never heard of. It is not even recorded on the jade plate of creation. Only the heart, only the Lord of Demons can master it. That's why he is extremely interested now, as if he has seen a new world. Death, rebirth, this spiritual power, illusory power, dreamlike power, nightmare-like energy, is somewhat similar to virtual online games. Furukawa narrowed his eyes. He felt that the masters of inner demons are a bit like the players in the game. No matter how many times they die, they will be reborn. This is the terror of spiritual power. If you reach the supreme state, I am afraid that as long as you don't want to die, you'll be reborn. I absolutely cannot die. All living beings will be annihilated, but I will not be destroyed. I am afraid that this is the real immortality. Even saints cannot compare to such existences. It can be said that the Lord of the Inner Demon is an extremely special demon who is actually born to control this kind of existence. An incredible power. If I can control this spiritual power, then my cultivation level will probably be raised to a level never seen in ancient times. Even if the chaos is shattered, it will not be able to kill me. Furukawa's eyes flashed, extremely excited, and the blood of the original ancient snake's body was boiling like it had not been seen for a long time. He felt that if he had controlled the power of the soul, I'm afraid his cultivation would be many times more powerful than it is now. Seems to be a kind of real detachment, real immortality. If it were before, he would have no clue about this kind of spiritual power because the power of the soul is too ethereal and impossible to control. But the inner demon is imprisoned after becoming its master. He also stole its big heart magic, from which he could get inspiration and insights, and by analogy, he might be able to understand this supreme spiritual power. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 195. Do you want to understand my big heart magic? At this moment, the Lord of the Inner Demon seemed to have seen through Furukawa's thoughts and immediately shouted loudly, I tell you, this is absolutely impossible to succeed. Only I can control the power of the inner demon. No matter how talented the other demons are, they can control it. It is impossible to understand the magic of the big heart, so just give up this heart. It shouted to Furukawa. Who knows, how will you know the result if you don't try it? Furukawa smiled slightly and remained unmoved. You fucking bastard. Seeing Furukawa like this, the Lord of the Inner Demon was almost furious, but it couldn't stop Furukawa from studying big heart magic. Then it said angrily, Chaos City Lord, don't think you won this time. You sealed me this time. On the contrary, it is a way to cause disaster. I have already prepared a backup plan. Once I am captured, the entire chaotic world will suffer terrible disasters. If you are smart, let me go now. Otherwise it will be too late for you to regret. It tried to intimidate Furukawa, because if this bastard really develops the big heart magic, I'm afraid it will be in trouble. Even if it doesn't believe that this guy can develop the big heart magic, it's not afraid of 10,000, just in case. Oh, have you prepared a backup plan? What is the backhand? Furukawa narrowed his eyes. He could sense that the Lord of Inner Demons was not joking. He was telling the truth. After all, the Lord of Inner Demons is a very special demon. He can be regarded as the Chaos Demon God, who has the most secrets. No one knows what cards does the Lord of the Inner Demons have and how many tricks does he have. Haha, I won't tell you. Letting me go will eliminate this disaster. You can weigh it yourself. The Lord of Inner Demons chuckled. Since you don't want to talk about it, let's look at it from your soul. Furukawa looked at the Lord of Inner Demons indifferently, pointed at the Lord of Inner Demons with a light finger, and cast the Great Soul Technique. This magical power can not only create the soul, but also search the memory of the soul. It has endless wonderful uses.
Boom tilde tilde.
In an instant, he got endless memories from the Lord of the Inner Demons. These memories were messy, and seemed to be the memories left behind when he was the Lord of the Inner Demons and lurked among the major Chaos Demon gods. With such a huge memory, if it were an ordinary demon god, his head would have been bursting. But for Furukawa, this memory is nothing at all. It cannot even occupy 1/10,000th of the memory of the intelligent brain. No memory? Furukawa squinted his eyes. He searched all the memories of the Lord of the Inner Demon, but found nothing. It seemed that this memory had been erased long ago. Haha, stupid Chaos City Lord, it's useless for you to do this. In order to prepare for this situation, I have long erased the memory in my mind. Even I don't know what this backup plan is. You can't do it. My soul gets nothing. The Lord of Inner Demons was proud of. You don't even know what's behind it, but you still have the nerve to threaten me? Furukawa looked at the Lord of Inner Demons speechlessly. You know what the heck, this is a backup trick that will only be activated if I die or be sealed. If I don't die or get caught, I don't need to activate it at all. This is my ultimate resort, the Lord of the Inner Demons shouted. Although I don't know what the backup plan I have prepared is, I am certain that it must be extremely terrifying and will lead to endless disasters. Its tone was unequivocal. There was no doubt that although it had no memory, it had no doubts about itself as the backup man. It didn't know why it was so confident. It's interesting, let's deduce it. Furukawa narrowed his eyes. Even if he doesn't have any clues now, as long as he sees the picture of the future and what happens in the future, he will know what the master of the Inner Demon's backhand is.
Boom tilde tilde tilde.
In an instant, the Chaos Bagua technique deep in his mind began to operate, almost reaching the level of calculation, and his soul seemed to have entered the river of destiny. Suddenly, endless fragments of the future emerged in the depths of his consciousness. His soul seemed to have traveled to the future and saw endless changes in the future. No, not at this time. Not at this time. It should be in the more distant future. Furukawa's mind was immersed in the endless fragments of the future, which seemed to span an unknown amount of time and space. He constantly extrapolates changes that will occur in the future, moving forward in time. There was a bang. At this moment, when Furukawa's Chaos Bagua technique was deduced to the extreme, he seemed to have arrived at a certain moment in the future. It was dark, like the twilight of the gods. The entire chaotic void was filled with destruction. The breath of disaster. It seems that all the chaos demon gods are dead. There are waves of deathly silence around, and everything is extinct. Cities collapse, races die out, demon gods fall. Even the Chaos City seems to be shattered and torn apart, completely collapsed and turned into ruins. In the end, what happened? Furukawa's eyes flashed, and he actually deduced the future of Ragnarok, which means that the words of the Lord of the Inner Demons were not threats, but facts. But what happened actually led to Ragnarok and the extinction of all things. He used the Chaos Bagua technique to get a clearer picture of the future.
Boom tilde tilde.
At this moment, a terrifying and extremely destructive power came towards his soul, full of terrifying destructive power. Even the soul cannot resist it. This is the backlash from the origin of chaos. Damn it! In an instant, Furukawa stopped operating the Chaos Bagua technique and separated his soul from the long river of destiny. But it was too late, and the backlash had arrived.
Boom!
Suddenly, Furukawa's original ancient snake body and even his soul were destroyed. When the injury was serious, a mouthful of blood could not help but spurt out, and he was seriously injured like never before. You must know that since he was born, he has basically not been seriously injured, but now he has been counterattacked by the origin of chaos, and he was seriously injured all of a sudden. This is something unprecedented. Haha, You stupid Chaos City Lord actually dared to peek into the future. You must be miserable now. You have suffered the backlash from the origin of chaos, and I'm afraid you won't be able to recover for many years. Seeing this scene, the Lord of Inner Demons laughed and gloated. The door is a door, the door that brings Ragnarok. But Furukawa ignored the words of the Lord of Inner Demons. Even though he was seriously injured, his eyes were still shining. In his picture of the future, it seemed that a door brought Ragnarok, causing the extinction of all things. The chaotic void was turned into endless ruins, all demons were extinct, and everything withered. But he couldn't sense what kind of door it was. It seemed that there was a powerful and terrifying force that distorted that piece of time and space, making him unable to sense anything. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 196. In the future, will I also die? Furukawa narrowed his eyes. He had cultivated to this point. He originally thought that he would not die easily, but he did not expect that there is still a crisis of death. Even in the extremely distant future, that is the fate of being on the verge of death. Thinking of this, he became even more interested in the power of the mind. If he understood the big heart magic and controlled the power of the mind, then even if the entire chaotic world collapsed, he would not die. Even if Ragnarok came, he would not be able to die. Let him fall. But what kind of door is it, and why does it bring about Ragnarok? Furukawa fell into deep thought. He had never seen such a unique door. It seemed to contain infinite original power, as if it were the root of the origin of chaos. It was unfathomable and more powerful than all the treasures of chaos he had ever seen. Even if it is chaos treasures such as the God's Axe, the Ground Chisel, etc., are incomparable. It is not an exaggeration to say that the door is the most powerful magic weapon in the chaotic world. Unfortunately, even according to the power of his great prophecy, it cannot be compared with it. Discover what kind of portal it is. Forget it. No matter what happens in the future, strength is the most important, so that we can face all eventualities. Furukawa clenched his fists. He felt that he wanted to further understand the power of Dashin magic. This might be a tyrannical power that would allow him to go further, an incredible ability. Lord of Chaos City, you must be afraid. You must be afraid. Why don't you let me out quickly? The Lord of the Inner Demons was still shouting loudly. With a whoosh, Furukawa waved his hand and immediately put the kid away temporarily to avoid making any more noise here. Then he took away the original energy left by the Lord of Darkness. After all, the Lord of Darkness is a powerful god, and the energy contained in his remaining flesh and blood is also extremely amazing. By the way, there are also creatures created by the Lord of Darkness and the Lord of Inner Demons. Now that they die, don't these creatures have no gods? At this time, Furukawa thought of this matter. To be honest, he was very interested in the creatures created by the Lord of Inner Demons and the Lord of Darkness. If he observed it carefully, it might be of great benefit to him.
Whoosh.
Furukawa used the great teleportation technique, heading towards the Dark City. A few days later, Furukawa soon arrived at the Dark City. Is this the Dark City? Furukawa stood down and looked at a huge city in the distance. It was said to be a city, but it was no longer a city. It looked like a huge dark planet, seeming to swallow up endless light. This place was simply the darkest place in the chaotic world. The area contains endless darkness and sin, as if it is a collection of all negative emotions, truly dark creatures. It can be said that this place is already a realm of darkness, forming a world where demons gather. Endless demons, they all live in this place. Interesting. Furukawa used his all-knowing eye to penetrate into the world of darkness and immediately saw many demons living in it. But these demons were different from the demons in his impression. In his impression, demons should be flesh and blood life, although they are all kinds of strange things. But after all, they are a kind of flesh and blood life. But these demons are invisible and incorporeal, like a black mist, as if they are somewhat similar to the Lord of Inner Demons. Physical attacks basically have no effect on them, and only soul attacks can work. If these demons hit the body and sweep across, instantly plundering all the happy emotions from life, leaving only memories of sadness, despair, darkness, etc. As if invaded by these demons, they will instantly degenerate into dark creatures. Even these demons can easily get into the gaps in the hearts of living beings, occupy their bodies and seize their bodies, and other living beings cannot detect them. This is simply many times more powerful than the demons in Furukawa's memory. Perhaps this is the demons in his memory. The images of demons in his memory are just illusions of demons. Now these demons are the real bodies of demons. Terrible creature. Furukawa narrowed his eyes. He could imagine that if these demons were born, they would sweep most of the races in the chaotic world and become a serious problem for all races. Because these demons are not just powerful, the most important thing is that they move strangely, are silent, and are simply impossible to guard against. How can other races resist? If they are invaded by these demons, they will probably be replaced without realizing it. Li Daidao is stiff. At this moment, the demons in the dark world, they also fell into endless panic because they discovered that the connection between their god, the Lord of Darkness, and the Lord of Inner Demons had disappeared. What happened? Why can't I feel the presence of the Lord? Where has the Lord gone? Many demons are terrified. If there is no support from the gods in the chaotic world, it will be a disaster. They will be exterminated in an instant, and there is no possibility of survival. Even though they are very unique creatures, they are not worth mentioning to the demon gods. Could it be that the Lord has fallen? A demon said tremblingly, thinking of this terrible possibility.
Impossible.
The Lord is the supreme being and the most powerful demon god. How could he fall so easily without any warning before? A demon couldn't help but retorted loudly. If this is the case, why can't we feel the presence of the Lord now, and why can't we even get a response from the Lord no matter how we pray? A demon said in horror. The Lord's wisdom is boundless. How can we guess his thoughts? One thing we have to do now is very simple, and that is to continue praying for the return of the Lord. A demon said piously. Don't be kidding. The Lord has already said that if something unexpected happens to it one day, we should escape from the dark city, hide, and wait for the opportunity of revenge, instead of staying here and waiting for the Lord's people to come. This is the way to die. A demon shouted. But if the Lord has not fallen, then if you do this you are betraying and abandoning the Lord's teachings. How can you afford such a crime? Another demon shouted loudly. Therefore, we should make two-pronged preparations, divide our troops into two groups, some stay behind, and some flee and hide. Otherwise, if the Lord's enemies come, we will all perish. This is the behavior of a fool. Your faith in the Lord is not strong enough. Such an idea is simply deviant and a betrayal of the demon clan. I will never allow it. But if something goes wrong, our demon clan will be destroyed. Can you afford such a responsibility? Many demons were arguing endlessly. They fell into great panic. Without the existence of gods, they had no idea where their race would go. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 197. An interesting family of demons worth studying. Furukawa stood outside the realm of darkness, observing these demons. Under his spiritual perception, these demon bodies contained infinite mysteries and contained part of the original energy of the Lord of Inner Demons. If the nature of these demons could be studied, if you know it clearly, maybe you can control the inner demon road. Confinement. Thinking of this, Furukawa did not hesitate and pointed lightly towards the dark world. An invisible and powerful force of time and space instantly enveloped the entire dark world. Many demons who were still arguing, at this moment they could not even react. There was no time and no one knew what happened. The entire space and time in the dark realm stopped flowing. In an instant, they were all imprisoned, unable to move, and even thinking stopped. Capture them first. Furukawa grabbed the entire dark realm with a big hand and put it into the chaos speed space. He temporarily sealed it and slowly studied this demon race in the future. Whoosh! Then he left this place in a flash, returning towards Chaos City. Not long after Furukawa left, The disappearance of the Dark Realm suddenly attracted the attention of the Lord of Light, the Lord of the Furnace, the Lord of Titans, and other powerful gods. After all, the Lord of Darkness is too powerful and can be regarded as one of the top gods.
1.
Its every move will involve countless changes, so they cannot help but ignore it. What happened? Why did the City of Darkness suddenly disappear, and what did the Lord of Darkness want to do? I don't know. It seems that not only the City of Darkness has disappeared, but also the aura of the Lord of Darkness. I can't find where the Lord of Darkness has gone. Are you kidding me? I can't even find the aura of the Lord of Darkness. Has he fallen?
Impossible.
There are only two existences in the whole chaos that can kill the Lord of Darkness, and it is impossible for the Lord of Darkness to be so stupid as to offend them. There were no signs before. This is indeed the case, but if so, where did the Lord of Darkness go? Maybe it has some conspiracies and tricks. You must pay attention. Otherwise, when the Lord of Darkness appears again, it may cause huge waves. What conspiracy does the Lord of Darkness have, and what is he planning? Many gods are talking about it. They are very curious and puzzled about the disappearance of the Lord of Darkness and the City of Darkness. At the same time, they are also trying to find some clues about the disappearance of the Lord of Darkness. But no matter how they search, they can't find any clues. It seems that the Lord of Darkness and the City of Darkness just disappeared into this world out of thin air. In the end, they also chose to give up. At this moment, the chaotic world seems to be a place at the end of the void. At this time, 3 powerful gods arrived here. They were the Lord of Death, the Lord of Disaster, and the Lord of Destruction. The chaotic expressions in the eyes of these 3 gods seemed to be under control, and there was a fanatical look in the depths of their pupils, as if there was a trace of inner demons deep in their hearts. The seals formed by their hands seemed to trigger the resonance of the chaotic void, as if they were communicating with the origin of chaos at this moment. Suddenly ripples appeared in the surrounding chaotic void, and a huge chaotic portal emerged. This portal simply blocked the sky and the sun. Even the chaos demon god was extremely small in front of it. It is engraved with dense runes of chaos, as if recording scriptures about the infinite avenue. Just looking at this portal makes you feel that the entire mystery of chaos is contained in it. It seems that the secret of eternal life is at the back door of the door, the end point where all the long rivers of destiny gather. Found it, finally found it. That guy was right. This is the legendary door to eternal life. The Lord of Disaster opened his eyes wide and looked at this portal with great excitement. The gate of eternal life, the legendary only door from the chaotic world to the outside world. The Lord of Death's eyes showed a glimmer of light. It is said that as long as you pass through this portal, you can find the method of eternal life outside of chaos, transcend eternity, and achieve true immortality. You must know that even if the demon gods have endless lifespan, it does not mean that they can achieve immortality. If they encounter a powerful enemy, they will still die. This can only be said to be immortality at best, not immortality. Real immortality is it is immortal. No matter what disasters it encounters, even if chaos collapses, it will not die. It is immortal and eternal. This is the true realm of immortality, and this is also the supreme realm pursued by the demon gods. What that guy said was actually true. The Lord of Destruction also didn't expect that he actually found the legendary door to eternal life. After all, this is just a legend. Whether it is true or not is another matter. In fact, they didn't know about it, but just before the inner demon when the Lord was sealed by Furukawa, the Lord of Inner Demon's backhand was activated, leaving a trace of inner demon seeds in the depths of their consciousness, leading them to the door of eternal life. No matter if you open this door, can you really gain eternal life? The Lord of Death is still quite doubtful about this. I don't know, but we always need to try. If we continue like this, we will not be able to reach the highest level. The gap between us and the Lord of Chaos City is too big. Only by entering the gate of eternal life can we have hope of surpassing the Lord of Chaos City. The Lord of Disaster clenched his fists, his eyes full of enthusiasm and excitement. But this door to eternal life seems difficult to open. The Lord of Destruction just tried it, and found that with all his strength, he was unable to shake the gate of eternal life. All the power was completely swallowed up by the gate of eternal life, leaving no trace left. It doesn't matter if it doesn't work once, then do it 2 or 3 times. As long as we persevere, sooner or later the door to eternal life will be opened by us. The Lord of Disaster has made long-term preparations. To the demon god, time is nothing at all. Even if it takes hundreds of millions of epochs, it's just child's play. Okay, let's start and smash open the door to eternal life. The Lord of Death has also made a decision. Since everyone has come here, it cannot give up halfway. No matter what, it also wants to see what the world is outside the door of eternal life. In an instant, the Lord of Death, the Lord of Destruction, and the Disaster, the 3 gods of the Lord, began to bombard the gate of eternal life. They used all their strength to bombard it bit by bit. Dong dong dong. The entire gate of eternal life immediately vibrated, making a sound of dong dong dong, as if it was a great avenue.
Sound.
On the surface, the attacks of the 3 gods seemed to be unable to cause any damage to the gate of eternal life. But in fact, as they attack again and again, the gate of eternal life is also opening bit by bit. However, the opening process is incomparable. It will be a long time, maybe trillions of years later. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 198. 100 epochs passed in the blink of an eye. During this period of time, Furukawa has been staying in the central dojo of Chaos City to study big heart magic and the power of the soul. After deducing the Chaos Bagua technique, he finally mastered a trick.
Boom tilde tilde.
In an instant, an illusory ball of light suddenly appeared in the palm of Furukawa's hand. It was the size of a fist, spinning smoothly, and contained endless runes of chaos inside. And this transparent ball of light seems to contain a chaotic world, with continuous mountains, boundless oceans, valleys, deserts, grasslands, rivers, and other landforms. It seems that a complete world was born from this transparent ball of light. Finally succeeded. Seeing the transparent ball of light appearing, Furukawa smiled slightly, showing a look of joy. After hundreds of years of enlightenment, he finally condensed this spiritual seed. He studied the mysterious power of the Lord of the Inner Demon and studied the great principles of mind magic coupled with the deduction of the Chaos Bagua technique, finally understood how to use the power of the mind. Just like the Lord of the Mind Demon, a chaotic demon god, because it is a life born from the power of the mind demon, and is born he knows how to use the power of the soul. But it is almost impossible for ordinary people to use the power of the soul, even the devil. So Furukawa thought about it, and he finally came up with a way, which is to condense a soul seed. Using this seed as the foundation and medium allows him to use the power of the soul. This soul seed is condensed by using the soul in his body, plus soul runes, soul power, psychic power, and other energies. It contains infinite mysteries. Don't think it is just a seed, but although the sparrow is small, it has all 5 internal organs. In fact, this soul seed is an illusory and complete world, all condensed by the power of the soul. Just like the world seed, it has endless potential. If this spiritual seed continues to grow and absorb endless spiritual power, then sooner or later it will form a true chaotic world and reach the supreme realm. This is the world of the heart. Furukawa's eyes showed a glimmer of light. He could sense the endless potential of this spiritual seed. If it continues to grow, it can form a true spiritual world. How big his heart is by then how big the spiritual world will be. It can grow endlessly. Even from this world of the heart, many virtual lives can be born, all of which are inner demons bred by the power of the soul. In fact, the inner demon is not a special kind of virtual life. And the world of the heart can not only give birth to virtual lives, but also absorb the souls of ordinary lives, allowing these souls to live in the world of the heart and become residents of the virtual world. In fact, to put it this way, The world of the mind is actually a bit similar to the virtual network of future technology. The world, even a bit like the illusory world of the Matrix, is already close to the real virtual online game world. Dreamland. Furukawa squinted his eyes. In this way, the world of the heart is somewhat similar to the dream deep in his mind. Those virtual characters are also the characters in his memory. But whether this is a memory or not, no one can say for sure. Reaching such a supreme state, there is no difference between virtuality and reality. Reality can change into virtuality, and virtuality can also transform into reality. This is the terrifying power of the heart. It can transform virtuality into reality, and it is endlessly mysterious. Even if the spiritual world merges with his original ancient snake body, then he can become the master of the spiritual world. As long as he does not want to die, no life can destroy him. There is no doubt that this is a path to eternal life.
Path.
When he reaches such a state, as soon as he closes his eyes and falls into deep thought, the Big Bang will occur, giving birth to infinite worlds. These worlds will begin to evolve, deduce, rise and fall, and perish. As soon as he opens his eyes and wakes up, the end of an era, the destruction of countless worlds. In the depths of a sea of consciousness live endless lives, infinite universes, infinite time and space. As soon as he opens his eyes or closes his eyes, it is the beginning and end of a universe. Time, space, dimensions, life and death, and reincarnation have no meaning to him. When he was sleeping, the dreams of his birth were all multiverses, parallel time and space, and chaotic worlds. At this time, he was the center of the entire universe, infinite parallel time and space. The source, the God of the beginning and the end, countless lives are living in his dreams. Countless lives do not know whether they are real or false. Even the countless stories that happen in time and space are only part of his memory. After reaching the state, the so-called fate, life and death, and time and space have no relationship. This is a kind of transcendence, a true method of eternal life. As long as Furukawa does not want to die, he will never die in the world of the heart, and at most he will fall asleep. If one reaches such a state, it may be even more powerful than controlling the 3,000 avenues and becoming the lord of the universe. Furukawa's Chaos Bagua technique has been continuously deduced, resulting in avenue-level calculations, but even so, the calculation power is still not enough. There are too many possibilities, and he cannot see the end of this road at all. He has my blood boils, creating unparalleled excitement. This road is too long, and it's not enough for me alone. Furukawa's eyes showed a terrifying light. If he wants this world of heart to grow completely, his spiritual power alone is completely insufficient. It is just a drop in the ocean, not worth mentioning at all. Only with the power of infinite life, only with spiritual power, coupled with the accumulation of endless years, can the world of his heart in the depths of the sea of consciousness completely grow and reach a supreme state that has never been seen in ancient times. This is like the cultivation method of the Lord of the Inner Demon. It also relies on the energy of the inner demons of the countless demon gods of chaos to swallow the endless power of the inner demons, and then reaches the realm of the demon of all demons, and continues to grow. The same principle. If Furukawa wants the world of the heart to grow to the supreme level, in this situation, I am afraid that he also needs the assistance of countless lives and spiritual powers, plus countless years of accumulation, to be able to succeed. Fortunately, he lacks everything, but the most indispensable thing is time. As the Chaos Demon God, he has enough time to complete it. This plan can be waited for till eternity.